A service of KIBMradio.com, the Internet's home for an all-old-time radio.
Well, Jane Ace has appointed herself manager of a 17-year-old orphan called Caruso, who, she discovered, has a beautiful tenor voice. She had him over to the house for an audition for Mr. Ace and Marge the other night, and he made a great impression. This episode takes place a few evenings later in the living room of the Aces' bungalow. They find Marge engrossed in a book. Mr. Ace is looking over some household bills. Listen.
What is this? A suit, $17. An overcoat, $18. Buying suits and over... What do you think of this, Marge?
What'd you say?
What is she doing?
Who, Jane?
Yeah, look at this. I'm looking over some household bills here, and I find one for a suit and an overcoat.
Uh-oh.
Jane!
Now, take it easy, Ace. There's no need to get upset.
Jane, come in here a minute.
Oh, you know what it's for, so why do you have to start an argument?
You mean it's for that boy protege of hers?
I wouldn't be surprised. Now, the boy does need some clothes. He can't go around looking the way he does.
But I distinctly told her...
Did you call me, dear?
Yes, I called you dear, very dear. What is the meaning of this?
What is it?
I'm looking through these household bills, and I find this little item here for a suit and an overcoat.
Oh, is that still here? Give me that, dear.
Wait a minute. What do you mean, is that still here?
I meant to mail it back to him.
Mail it back to whom?
To the store where I bought the clothes. Now, give it to me.
Mail it back to the store where you bought the... You mean you were going to mail this bill back to him?
Yes, I meant to mark it insufficient funds and send it back.
You what?
But I don't want to pay it this month. Don't you get it?
You don't want to pay it this month, and I don't want to pay it any month.
But, dear, if you'll only let me explain.
But nothing, Jane. We're having enough expenses as it is, and things have slowed down in business. I can't afford this. And besides, this was my year to buy an overcoat. Last year I gave it up when you got your coat, and I just had the lining fixed in mine. Now, this was my year, and I find somebody else is ahead of me. Well, I can't be paying for suits and overcoats for everybody that comes along.
Well, if you'll only let me explain.
Explain what?
Let her explain it. Now, what is it, Jane? Thanks, Marge. Well, it was like this. I told you I was going to buy him a suit, didn't I?
Yes, but an overcoat, too. I didn't know...
Well, that's just it. We bought the suit, and he put it on and wore it. Well, it was raining, and a kind of a cold rain. So I said I'd buy him an overcoat, and he said no, he wouldn't take it. He said he was even going to pay us back for the suit, much less an overcoat. So finally I told him he could pay us back for both of them, and he let me buy the coat.
He let you?
Yes, I had a hard time with him. He didn't want to take any of the things at first.
Any of what things?
Any of the things I had to buy for him.
Oh, there are other things.
Well, doesn't he have to watch his voice? Can he have his throat sticking out with nothing around it? Or in it?
What are you talking about?
I'm talking about a scarf and an atomizer. What was that? I had to buy him a scarf and an atomizer. You know those things you spray in your throat. It's there on the drugstore bill there.
Now I'm buying atomizers.
Just one.
Oh, now, Jay, this is going too far. I'm not spending money for atomizers.
Oh, atomizers.
What? now, cut out that laughing, Marge. This is serious. Now, look, Jane, how much are we going to spend on this boy of yours?
Well, he's going to pay back every cent of it.
He's going to pay back every cent?
Yes.
Out of what?
Out of the money he makes when he starts to sing.
When he starts to sing. And when is that going to be?
Oh, well, I guess I might as well tell you. I was going to keep it a surprise.
Keep what a surprise? What happened?
Well...
This better be good.
It will, dear.
Oh.
Well, yesterday morning I called up Caruso and told him I wanted to see him. So he... No, wait, was it yesterday? No, day before yesterday. I had my hair done yesterday. Did I have my hair done yesterday? Yes, I had my hair done yesterday. It was the day before yesterday.
Isn't this awful? Will you please tell your story?
I'm coming to it. Hold your horse.
Well, what happened day before yesterday, Jane? Go on.
Well, I called him, and he came over. I told him we all liked the way he sang, and we had to do something now. So he said, what? And I said, well, that's what I want to talk about. So he said he appreciated that we all liked his voice, but he would like to sing for a music teacher, to see what a music teacher would sing. So we picked out a music teacher, and away we went.
You picked out a music teacher?
Yes, out of the phone book. We just took one at ransom. And it turned out to be Signor Cordelli.
Who was?
Signor Cordelli, a music teacher. Well, we went up to his office, studio, they call it, and Caruso sang for him.
Well, what did he say, Jane?
Well, he got very excited. You know how music teachers do. And he said Caruso has a marvelous voice, especially for a boy so young. And he said this boy ought to go away to study.
Well, go away where?
Why, that's just what I said, Marge. I said, go away where? Isn't it funny he should say the same thing I said?
Yes, Jane, that's very funny.
Yes. So he said he ought to go to Europe to study.
Europe?
Why, Marge, that's the same thing I said. I said, Europe? I said, why Europe? If he's going to study, he ought to go someplace where it's quiet so he can study. Well, don't you think he should? And why go to Europe anyhow? I said to Signor Cordelli. I said, this is the land of milk and money. And we certainly want to start making money, I said. And he said he shouldn't even think about making money for some years.
For some years?
Why, dear,
I know, that's just what you said.
Well, not exactly. I said how many years.
Oh.
And he said he didn't know, but he did know that Caruso has a marvelous voice. Well, anybody can tell that, because if any person can sing as high as he does without getting red in the face...
Yes, Jane. Now, what happened?
When?
When this man said he should study abroad.
Have you been listening to what I've been saying?
Yes, I did.
Well, who said anything like that?
Didn't you just tell us that...
Will you let her go on with this story? I want to know what happened. What is this surprise you're talking about?
Oh, well, where was I? Oh, yes. Well, I didn't think that was very good advice he gave us. And as long as he did say he has a marvelous voice, that's all I wanted to know. So I said to Caruso, you come with me. We're going up to a radio station.
To a radio station?
Yes. Well, he hummed and hawed, and finally he said, all right. Well, no sooner said the better, and away we went. And this is the surprise. I wasn't going to tell you this till tomorrow night and just turn on the radio and let you hear him.
He's singing over the radio tomorrow night?
Yes.
Are you kidding? How would they put a boy on the radio that fast?
Well, I took him up there and they heard him sing, that's all. And they grabbed him.
I don't believe it.
You don't believe it?
No.
All right. You just wait till tomorrow night and see and hear.
Well, what station, Jane?
QMA.
Why, Jane, that's marvelous. You are a manager.
I still don't believe it. They're kidding you.
Isn't that disgusting, Marge?
Well, I'll have to hear him before I believe it.
Oh, yes? Well, how would you like to see this?
What's that?
This is a list of the radio programs for tomorrow night. I cut it out of tonight's paper because I didn't want you to see it. I wanted to surprise you.
Let me see it, Dad.
Well, I might as well now. There. See where it says 7:30? See right there? Read it.
To be announced.
That's Caruso.
To be announced?
Yes, that's the time he's going on, 7:30 tomorrow night.
To be announced means he's going on.
Of course.
It doesn't say Caruso, does it?
Well, it doesn't say Jack Benny either, does it?
No, and Jack Benny isn't going on.
Well, neither is... No, that doesn't come out right.
No.
Now, let's start that again. What did you say,
I
Jerry?
said this whole thing is a figment of your imagination.
Well, it doesn't say... No, that isn't what you said before.
I still say it's your imagination.
Imagination?
Yes, they're kidding you. Somebody is. Radio stations don't just put on anybody that comes up and wants to sing.
Well, they heard him. I let him sing for him.
And they auditioned him, or what did they say?
The same thing everybody says. Marvelous. You should have seen the excitement. We were all shaking each other's hands, and they were saying bravo and things like that. So I said, well, how about it?
How about what?
Why, Marge, that's just what they said. They said, how about what? And I said, how about a job on the radio?
I see. And they hired him right then and there, probably for $50,000 a year or something.
Well, not exactly. No money at first.
Oh, no money at all.
But that's only till everybody hears them and gets to like them. After tomorrow night, you just watch and see.
My friend, I think we have a genius in the family.
Oh, yes, he is, Marge.
No, I mean you, a genius of an impresario.
Me? Oh, I am not.
Yes, you really put over a big deal and in such little time, too.
Me? Oh, I am
Well,
not.
I still won't believe it.
You won't? Now, look here. Did you see this little clipping from the paper?
Yes, but I still won't believe it until I hear him.
Now, what are you going to believe? What you hear or what you see?
What I hear. To be announced doesn't spell Caruso to me.
If they're definitely set on having him sing tomorrow night, Jane, why is it they didn't put his name in the paper?
Well, that's just it. We couldn't decide on a name.
You couldn't decide on a name.
No, they wouldn't let him use the name of Caruso. They said that was a nickname. And besides, there was a singer once named Caruso.
Oh.
So what are they going to call it?
Well, that's what we've got to decide before tomorrow night.
You've got to decide on a name?
Well, that should be your biggest trouble.
Now, there you go, making trouble.
No. I mean, if all that stands in the way of this boy's becoming a big hit on the radio is finding a name for him, then it's going to be easy.
Well, it's not as easy as that. We have the hardest time even finding a first name that everybody likes.
Who's everybody?
Well, the people at the radio station, for one.
What do they suggest?
We got a first name. I thought of it.
What is it?
Jack.
Jack. Well, that's quite a thought. You thought of that, you say?
Yes.
Yourself, huh?
Yes. What's the matter with it?
Nothing. I think it's brilliant.
Oh, Jack is all right. Now, you leave her alone.
Yes. What do you keep picking on
I'm
her
not
for?
picking on you. I'm just complimenting you for having thought of that name. How long did that take?
Oh, I thought of it the first thing. It hit me in the face like a flash in the pan.
Mm-hmm.
You're having trouble finding the last name, is that it?
Yes. But we'll think of something by tomorrow night. We'll have to. They'll have to announce his name when he starts to sing.
Yeah, that would be cozy. I mean, if he had a second name.
Oh, he'll have one. The fellows up there wanted me to let him use our name, Ace.
Wait a minute, you didn't.
Oh, no. Especially if he's going to use the first name of Jack. Jack doesn't go good with our name.
Jack. Oh, yes. I see
Do
what
you see how it sounds if you say them both together?
Yes.
Oh, at least Jane's got her singer a start, even if she hasn't thought of a last name. How he does on his first radio program, we learn when next we meet the Easy Aces.
The Lucky Strike program, starring Jack Benny with Barry Livingston, Phil Harris, Rochester, Dennis Day, and yours truly, Don Wilson.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, from the Naval Training Center in San Diego, we bring you a man who was so proud of his career in the Navy, he had an anchor tattooed on the sleeve of his underwear, Jack Benny!
Thank you. Hello again, this is Jack Benny talking. And, Don, you can joke about my career in the Navy if you want to, but I was a great seaman. In fact, I was the only sailor aboard who could be depended upon to batten down the hutches. I remember one...
Wait a minute, Jack.
Huh?
You mean you battened down the hatches?
No, down the hutches. Things were so quiet, our admiral was raising rabbits. He had hundreds of them.
Jack, I meant to ask you something. When you went into the service, how come you decided to join the Navy?
Well, it was family tradition, Don. You see, my grandfather, Lieutenant Commander Hop-Along Benny, was in the Navy. And,
Hop-Along Benny?
Yes, he was the only man to ride a torpedo side saddle. Poor fella. He never should have dug his spurs into it. He joined the Navy and the world saw him. Anyway, Don... Oh, hello, Mary.
Hello, Jack.
Oh, boy. Am I winded.
Mary, what's the matter with you? Why are you so out of breath?
Well, I just came over here from the Navy Exchange.
The Navy Exchange? Well, that's just a short walk from here.
I know, but it's a fast run with 150 sailors chasing me.
I mean, don't be silly, Mary. Sailors don't chase after girls. That's what it says right here. Sailors don't chase after girls.
They don't, eh?
No.
Tin squins are large butterfly nets, part of their equipment.
Look, Mary, you got nothing to worry about. The boys here are a nice bunch of fellas.
Oh, I know they are, Jack. And did you notice how young they all are?
Yes, but then when I was in the Navy, I was young.
So was the Navy.
All right. Anyway, Mary, you should have been here a few minutes ago. I was telling Don about my career as a sailor during the First World War.
Some career.
What?
You joined the Navy, went to sleep, fell out of your hammock, bumped your head, and when you came to, the war was over.
Oh, yeah? If all I did in the Navy was bump my head, why did they give me that ribbon?
That was a Band-Aid, and you know it.
Look, Mary, you know it and I know it, but you have to tell everybody? Mommy, why can't you just once... Come in.
Mr. Benny?
Yes?
I'm Chief Petty Officer Jones.
Oh, how do you do?
My job is to see that you're well taken care of during your visit here. Now, is there anything special you would like for dinner?
Well, let me see.
Could you hurry it up, Mr. Benny? I've got to go around and ask all the sailors what they'd like to eat.
Oh, I see. Well, what do the boys stationed here usually have?
Oh, some of them order crepe Suzettes.
Uh-huh.
And others prefer filet mignon sauté with a wine sauce.
I see.
And then there are those who are partial to baked pheasant under glass.
Gee, is that the kind of food the enlisted men in the Navy get?
No, but as long as we're on the air, let's do a little recruiting.
Oh, yes.
Well, goodbye now.
Goodbye. You know, Mary, this fella has the right idea.
Well, Jack, I had lunch at the mess hall today, and the food is excellent.
I know.
Oh, say, Jack, we're going back to Los Angeles tomorrow night, aren't we?
No, Don, I've changed my mind. We'll be here on the base till Wednesday.
Why?
Because Tuesday is payday.
Well, look, what's the sailor's payday got to do with Jack?
He's got a jukebox and a keg of draft beer in the back of his car.
Mary.
He flips the light place over and it says Benny's Canteen.
Well, you're a fine one to talk. You're getting 10 cents a dance. So don't be so... Oh, hello, Dennis.
Hello, Mr. Benny. Hello, everybody.
Hey, Dennis, you missed rehearsal today.
Oh, I'm sorry, but I just got to San Diego a few minutes ago.
Wait a minute. You just got to San Diego a few minutes ago? But I thought you left Los Angeles last Thursday.
I did.
Well, what took you so long?
I ran into a lot of traffic in Salt Lake City.
Salt Lake City?
Dennis, why in the world would you go from Los Angeles...
Mary, take my advice. Don't ask her. Just drop the subject.
But, Jack, maybe he had very important business in Salt Lake City.
Huh?
Or maybe a relative was sick or something.
Yeah, I never thought of that. Dennis, when you were coming down to San Diego, why did you come by way of Salt Lake City?
I wanted to avoid the traffic lights in Laguna Beach.
Mary, you made me ask them.
Dennis, you better sing your song.
I'll say you better. Avoid the traffic lights in Laguna Beach. That's the silliest thing I've ever heard.
My soft through a starry night, I'll hear a rhapsody. I gaze not so blue when you're away. My heart longs for you, so won't you stay, my darling, hold me tight and whisper to me, then soft through a starry night, I'll hear a
That was I Hear a Rhapsody sung by Dennis Day. And Dennis, I want to tell you that regardless of the silly things you do, I must say you have one of the finest voices in radio.
Gee, I hope my mother heard you say that.
Why?
She thinks you're a louse. Anyway, Mr. Benny, I don't care what my mother says. I like you.
Well, thanks. And now, fellas...
You've always been okay with me.
Well, thanks, kid, thanks. And now, fellas...
You know, Mr. Benny, sometimes I wish you were my father.
You do?
So does my father.
Look, kid, I only try to tell you had a nice voice. I don't want a whole routine out of you. You know, you can't say...
All right, fellas, you can stand up and cheer. This show will roll now, 'cause Harris is here.
Say, Phil, you really got a reception on that entrance.
Yeah, would you believe it, Jackson? The last time I made an entrance like that, the people just sat there and stared at me.
When was that?
This morning when I got on the La Jolla bus.
Well, imagine getting on a bus and going into your act.
Well, what's wrong with that? Last week you stood on the dock playing your fiddle when the Essex came in.
Well, it was my patriotic duty, and the boys all cheered me.
Well, they should. Who else could play Anchors Away and dive for pennies at the same time?
Oh, Phil, stop exaggerating.
He's not exaggerating. I saw you swinging around in the water.
Then why didn't you speak to me?
With those bifocals, I thought you were a halibut.
Halibut.
What's your language?
Oh, be quiet. You know, Phil, you'd be much better off if you didn't pay so much attention to me and devoted more time to the boys in your band.
There you go in my band again.
Certainly. We came down here to play the Naval Training Center. At least your boys could look decent.
Now, wait a minute, Jackson. They can't afford to buy new clothes.
Well, at least swab them down. Swab them down. Look at Remley sitting there.
Hold it. Just hold it a minute, Jackson. Don't say nothing about Remley. The day of all days.
Why not?
Well, yesterday, Frankie's favorite uncle died.
Oh, that's too bad. Was it unexpected?
No, the judge told him exactly when it was going to happen.
Look, Phil, I don't want to have any more nonsense. We have a very important sketch to do tonight, and I want to get started with it. Don, will you announce our play? Oh, there's the phone. Excuse me. Hello?
Hello, Mr. Benny. This is Rochester.
Oh, hello, Rochester. What did you call me for?
Well, I'm over here in your room at the El Cortez Hotel, and I think you're in trouble with the manager.
Mr. Stillings, why, what happened?
He got a little upset when he found out you rented your other twin bed.
Oh.
Then he got aggravated when he found out you were doing laundry in the bathtub.
Gee.
Then he got red in the face when he found out you were running highlight games in the hall.
God.
And when he found out you opened the gee-dunk bar in the kitchen, he went to pieces.
Oh, that's awful. How are things in my living room?
Not so good. One of your barbers just quit.
Oh, well, have one of my writers take over his chair.
Yes, sir. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Oh, say, boss.
Now what?
Don't hang up yet.
Why?
I just looked at your radar screen.
What about it?
Get your fiddle ready. There's another ship coming in.
Thanks, Rochester. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, for all the boys stationed here at the San Diego Naval Training Center, we're going to do a sketch. Set the scene, Don.
Okay, Jack. Ladies and gentlemen, for the first time on any radio program, we're going to present a biography based on Jack Benny's actual experiences in the Navy during World War I. Music.
In the year 1917, I enlisted in the Navy. Before I left home, I spent the last few hours with my family and friends. Then I went next door to say goodbye to my sweetheart. This only took me 10 seconds. I wasn't a sailor yet. When I arrived at the Great Lakes Naval Training Center, I was examined by one of the Navy doctors.
Your name?
Jack Benny.
Birthplace?
Waukegan, Illinois.
Age?
16.
16?
Yes, sir.
But you've got gray hair.
Oh, darn it, I put on the wrong one this morning. I'll be a blonde tomorrow.
Your height?
5'10".
Your weight?
145.
Color of eyes? Oh, they're blue, aren't they?
Bluer than a sailor on his first night in boot camp. Now, Doctor, you've got my records here, so tell me, do I get in the Navy or don't I?
Well, son, I'm sorry, but I have to report some bad news.
For me?
No, for the Navy. You're in.
And so I was in the Navy. I became a part of Uncle Sam's fighting forces. The next thing I did was to report to the supply depot to get my uniform. When it came my turn, the sailor in charge looked at me and said,
Well, how did you come to join the Navy?
What did you say?
I said, how did you come to join the Navy?
Well, I've always been the adventurous type. I love to travel. I love travel, romance, foreign countries. And then I saw one of those signs saying, join the Navy and see the world.
Isn't that a coincidence? That's the reason I joined the Navy 18 years ago.
And have you visited any distant lands?
Yes, twice I've been to Tijuana.
Well, lucky you.
Now, here's your uniform.
Hey, just a second. You don't know my measurements. I take size 34, please.
Really?
Yes, I have a 33 waist.
Uh-huh.
29 pants leg.
Uh-huh.
And 32 and a half sleeve length on the jacket.
I'm glad you told me. Would you like your uniform in any particular color?
Well, yes. Would you happen to have something in blue?
Blue
What?
Now take this and keep moving.
Wait a minute. Where do I put on my uniform?
Right here as you're walking along.
As I'm walking along, what about my old clothes?
Just drop them. We have chambermaids who come along and pick them up.
Oh.
Come on, men. Change into your uniforms, all of you.
There, I've almost got mine on.
You're good.
Would you mind buttoning me up?
That goes in front.
I'm sorry.
uniform and transferred me to the San Diego Naval Training Center. After putting in 6 long, hard weeks in boot camp, I was given my first leave. I was tired and run down and wanted a rest. So I went to Sherman's. I went there with my friend, Curly Harris.
Oh, bartender.
Yeah?
I'll have a lemonade.
A lemonade?
Yes.
I'll have a tequila.
Say, Curly, that's a Mexican drink, isn't it?
Yeah. Well, there's your tequila. Thanks. Well, here's looking at you. Smooth all the way down.
After 2 hours at Sherman's, I stepped over Curly and went back to the base. On my way back, I got lost. Realizing I needed help, I looked around till I finally found an ensign. I walked over to the ensign and said,
Excuse me, sir, but how far is it to the San Diego Naval Training Center?
I don't know.
Well, am I walking in the right direction?
I don't know.
Well, for heaven's sake, where is the Naval Training Center?
I don't know.
You don't know anything. A fine sailor you are.
I'm not a sailor.
Then how come you're wearing that blue uniform?
What uniform? I lost my clothes in the crap game and I'm cold.
Since I couldn't find my way back, I decided to stay away and enjoy myself. But a week later, I was back at the base, and because of the things I had done, I found myself up before the Admiral, facing a court-martial. The Admiral looked at me sternly and said,
Were you AWOL for a full week?
Yes, sir.
And didn't you get into a fight with 2 shore patrolmen?
Yes, sir.
And when they tried to take you to the brig, didn't you bang their heads together and knock them out?
Yes, sir.
Do you think that was nice?
No, sir.
Well, watch it next time.
The Admiral let me go with no more punishment than a stern look. The next day I was walking down the street when all of a sudden a girl said to me,
Oh, sailor,
Yes?
did you drop this handkerchief?
It worked. I now had a girlfriend. We went together steadily for 6 months. Then one night I said to her,
Honey,
Yes, Max.
pucker up. I'm going to kiss you.
Okay.
There. Have you ever been kissed like that before?
Yes, I have a mother.
My romance with this beautiful girl was short-lived because 2 days later I completed my training and went aboard my ship. What a thrill as we prepared to sail. Finally, we sailed. We were underway for just 5 minutes when suddenly I began to feel terrible. I rushed to the doctor and said,
Doctor, I feel terrible. I'm sick. My head is going around. I'm dizzy. My stomach is upset. I feel awful.
Well, congratulations.
Congratulations? Why?
You're the first sailor who ever got seasick on the Coronado Ferry.
That is my story. He gave me 2 APC pills. He told me to go to my hammock. I went to sleep, fell out, bumped my head, and when I came to, the war was over. Thus ended my naval career.
The Jack Benny program is written by Sam Perrin, Milt Josephsberg, George Balzer, John Packaberry, and produced and transcribed by Hilliard Mark. This is the CBS Radio Network.
Hello again. Darn it, I forgot how I used to say that.
Jack, let's rehearse the commercial once more. We'll be on the air in just a few minutes.
Later, Don. Jello again. Jello again.
Jello a goon.
Mary, I'm nervous enough without you throwing me off. We'll be on the air in a few minutes. Why don't you study the script?
Some script. I went through it 5 times and I can't find a single joke.
Well, hold it up to the light. There must be some there. Gosh, I don't ever remember being this nervous on an opening broadcast. I guess I'll be all right as soon as I get my first laugh.
That may take us clear into April.
You stop being so pessimistic. You got plenty of funny stuff for tonight.
Yes, Jack, I wouldn't worry about the script if I were you. By the way, have you got the same writers you had last season?
You mean Scum and Abner? Yes, they're still with me. Incidentally, I wish they'd get here. The last routine needs fixing up.
Where are they?
Oh, they're across the street at Roseland dancing with each other. The bald-headed one thinks he's Yolanda. Oh, well. Jello again.
3 minutes to go, Mr. Benny.
Holy smoke. Gosh, I don't know why I'm so jittery. An old trooper like me. Why should I be nervous just because we're broadcasting from New York?
Well, maybe it's because you can remember when the Indians were here.
Oh, quiet. I tell you one thing, Mary. Nervousness is a sign of temperament, and it proves that I'm a great artist. Hey, Don?
Yes, Jack, you certainly are.
Yep.
What that fat guy won't say for money.
You keep that up, Miss Livingston. And when you get your first paycheck... Dennis, if you want to practice, go out in the hall. I'm all on edge the way it is.
What's the matter, Mr. Benny?
Well, we've been off the air since last May. We'll be broadcasting in a few minutes. Aren't you nervous?
No, I'm happy. It'll be fun to start eating again.
What? Why, Dennis, you poor kid. If you needed money for food this summer, why didn't you come to Uncle Jack?
Uncle Jack's rates are too high.
Now, wait a minute.
When Kenny Baker needs money, Mr. Allen doesn't charge him any interest. He's very liberal.
Listen, liberal? Listen, kid, Fred Allen wouldn't give his grandmother a new pit for her crutch if he owned a rubber plantation. Talk about saving money. He tried to get a transfusion from a Chinaman so he could live on rice. Imagine.
I'd keep quiet if I were you. You took me to the store club the other night, and when the check came, you pulled a knife on the waiter.
Well, where do they get that stuff? $1.50 for a steak sandwich. Who wouldn't complain? Who wouldn't squawk?
Well, I'm getting tired of being thrown out of every place we go.
Nobody was thrown out. Now, listen, Mary.
2 minutes to go, Mr. Benny.
Yikes. Hey, I wonder if the music is all set. Where's Phil Harris?
There he is, looking out the window.
Oh, yes. Gee, has that guy changed? Huh?
Gosh, he's so in love since he married Alice.
Yeah. Oh, Phil? Phil?
Have you noticed, fellows, the leaves are turning brown?
Oh, my goodness. Phil, snap out of it. Now, remember not to play your opening band number too loud, Phil, because John has to do his commercial over it. So keep it down.
I'll be very happy to.
Thanks. See, while he's in such a soft mood, I ought to slug him. I may never get another chance like this. Now, Phil, come through, will you?
Say, Jack,
What?
I'm not going to do this joke here. It's too corny.
Where?
This one here.
Mary, that's a topical gag. We have to do them.
Topical or no topical, I'm not going to say that you go out with a girl in Brooklyn because you can't dodge her.
Dodger, don't you get it? Mary, the Brooklyn Dodgers. That's a baseball joke.
If I had a bat, I'd hit you right over the head with it.
A fine attitude. Now, look, I'm the boss here, and if you don't...
Jack, here comes our sponsor.
Whoop, the sponsor. Oh, hello, Mr. Mortimer.
Hello, Jack. Hello, Mary and everybody.
Oh, hello, Mr. Mortimer.
Hello, Bill. Hello, Don.
Well, Mr. Mortimer, we're just about set for our first broadcast. Are you going to listen to the show this year? I mean, this evening?
Yes, Jack. And I hope it'll be funny. We don't want to get off on the wrong foot, you know.
No, we don't. No, indeedy. No, sir, no.
You know the public. They can tune you out just as fast as they can tune you in.
Oh, faster. I mean, Yes, sir. It's up to them, all right.
1 minute to go, Mr. Benny.
Okay. Get ready, fellas. Now, Mr. Mortimer, you've looked over the script, and everything is fine, I hope.
Yes, Jack. There's only one thing I don't like. Why don't you...
Yes. Oh, absolutely.
Wait till he tells you.
Oh, yes. Now, what was that suggestion, Mr. Mortimer? What's wrong? Now, if there's anything you don't...
Hey, Jack, here are your riders.
My riders? Oh, back from Roseland, eh? Listen, you guys, where's our last routine?
Look, we won a cup.
All right, you won a cup. You're wonderful dancers. Now go in the other room and fix up our last spot.
On what?
On what? Where's your typewriter?
We bet it on Lou Nova.
Oh, my goodness. Well, use a pencil, anything. Get it done.
Okay. Come on, Yolanda.
Coming. Bill, cut it out. Now, cut it out. Don't encourage them. Isn't that awful? You'll have to excuse him, Mr. Mortimer. Now, what was that gag you didn't like?
The one Miss Livingston tells about your girl in Brooklyn that drives a Dodge.
Oh, no, Mr. Mortimer. You've got that wrong. She drives a Dodger. I mean, I go with a girl in Brooklyn because I can't dodge her. It's very funny, don't you get it?
Now, just what is there between you and this woman?
Nothing, Mr. Mortimer. I don't even know her. It's only a joke, you know.
10 seconds. Stand by, everybody.
Okay, come on, fellas. Let's give him a good show. On your toes.
Well, what about that joke?
All right, Mr. Mortimer, you're the boss. Take it out, Mary. Take it out.
I thought you were the boss.
Not when he's here. Take it out.
Jack, quiet. We're on the air.
Take it. Oh, Jello again. Pardon me, that's too soon. Quiet, everybody. Quiet, we're on.
J-E-L-L-O. The Jello program, brought to you by Jello and Jello Puddings, coming to you from New York City, starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Dennis Day, and yours truly, Don Wilson. The orchestra opens the program with Hi, Neighbor. News, big news, good news, the most exciting news in years for dessert lovers everywhere. It's news about Jello. Your favorite, everybody's favorite, the one and only Jello. But so new, so much better than any gelatin dessert has ever been, you'll hardly be able to believe it. And what's the reason? Why, it's Jello's new locked-in flavor, the most revolutionary improvement in gelatin desserts ever made. Before Jello made this discovery, gelatin desserts constantly lost flavor right up to the very moment you used them. But the new Jello is different. Today, by means of a new exclusive process, all of Jello's full, original goodness is locked right into the little Jello particles for keeps, so time can't steal it away. Prove it for yourself. Buy a package of Jello. Open it. Notice that there's no sweet, fruity aroma, no sign of escaping flavor whatsoever. Then make it up. The instant you dissolve it, there it is. The clear, rich, vivid flavor of Jello, treasured up for your enjoyment by Jello's new locked-in process. Don't wait another day to try it. Get several packages of Jello, Jello, tomorrow. The flavor never goes away. We put it in. It's there to stay. Hi, Neighbor, played by the orchestra. Now, ladies and gentlemen, for the first time this season, we bring you our master of ceremonies. A man who has missed you as much as you have missed him, or have you, Jack Benny.
Thank you. Jello again, this is Jack Benny talking. And, Don, isn't it wonderful to be opening our season here in New York for a change? There's so much going on, so much excitement and everything.
Yes, Jack, I've never seen the old town so crowded.
Well, why not? All the new shows opening, the Lewis-Nova fight, the World Series. Have you seen any of the games, Don?
No, I haven't, Jack. I knew it would be terribly crowded, and I didn't want to get pushed around.
Look who's worried about being pushed around there.
Now, wait a minute, Jack. That fat stuff isn't going to be believable this year. I was on a diet all summer, and I lost 8 pounds.
8 pounds, huh? Don, taking 8 pounds off of you is like losing a homing pigeon. Look in your backyard, and there it is. But speaking of crowds, Don, I went to Ebbets Field yesterday, and boy, those Brooklyn fans go absolutely crazy. Really, you never saw anything like it.
Yes, I read where a lot of people even had their clothes ripped off.
You said it. Don, I can understand what happened to my hat, my tie, and my shirt. But how I lost my art supporters, I'll never know. My shoes were still on.
That must have been quite an experience.
Oh, I wouldn't want to go through that again for... Oh, well. Hello, Mary.
Hello. Hello, Don.
Oh, hello, Mary. How are you?
Well, Mary, here we are in New York again. And believe me, we couldn't have picked a better time.
Yeah, things are sure popping.
Yes, sirree.
Jack and I were just talking about all the people that came here for the fight in the World Series.
Yep.
The hotels are so crowded, it's hard to get the accommodations you're accustomed to.
Oh, it's murder.
I'll say. Jack had to take a room with a bath.
Now, wait a minute, sister. I always get a room with a bath. None of that walking down the hall for me.
Oh, no?
No.
Then why do you always buy hiking shoes with your pajamas?
Mary, you keep that up and I won't take you to any more shows. You're not the only girl I know around here.
That's right. You know, Don, Jack goes with a girl in Brooklyn because he can't...
Whoop, 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 whoop. Hold it. Take it out. Take it out.
What's the matter with you?
Mary, we can't do that gag. The sponsor's sitting in the front row.
That's all right. He's asleep.
Well, a big laugh will wake him up. Just remember, Mary, we're not doing any corny gags on this program. Correction, look who's coming.
Hiya, folks. Here's your little ray of California sunshine. Make me happy.
That's plenty, folks. I'm the star here. Well, Phil, I haven't seen you since last June.
Neither have I, Phil. Gee, you look great.
Why not? I'm in love. I feel like $1 million.
Well, Mary sure agrees with him.
Hey, Phil, did you bring Alice with you?
Did I bring Alice with me? My baby's always with me.
Listen to him. Did you fly or take the train?
Who knows, Jackson? Who knows?
Well, I'll be darned. Folks, ain't love grand. What hotel are you stopping at, Phil?
Well, you know them two big towers on the Waldorf Astoria?
Yeah?
We're living on a cloud right above them.
On a cloud?
Hey, Jack, maybe you can get one without a bath.
Mary. Well, Phil, you sure got it bad. You know, I haven't been in... Oh, hello, Dennis.
Hello, Mr. Benny. Well, folks, here's your little squirt of California orange juice. Applaud on me. Well, Benny, brother. How are you, boys? Oh, yeah.
Well, here we are, the Jello gang all together again. Well, have you been enjoying yourself, Dennis?
Yeah, I've been listening to the World Series games on the radio. Those Dodgers are a cinch to win.
Oh. Oh, so you're a Brooklyn fan, eh?
Yeah, murder 'em.
Well, I don't know about that, Dennis. Those Yankees are pretty powerful.
Baloney, they're scared of Brooklyn.
Scared?
Sure, they were supposed to play at Ebbets Field Friday, and they didn't even show up.
Well, naturally, it rained Friday.
Oh, yeah?
Dennis, they don't play baseball when it rains. Now, look, Dennis, if you're so sure of the Dodgers, and they certainly had a tough break today, I'm sorry, Leo, but how would you, Dennis, if you're so sure of them, how would you like to make a little bet?
I haven't eaten since May, and he wants to bet me.
Oh, yes, I forgot about that. I'll tell you what, Dennis. Right after the broadcast, meet me over at the Stork Club, and I'll buy you a nice steak dinner.
The Stork Club? Why, Jack, I thought you just...
Never mind, Don. Never mind. It's a date, Dennis. Meet me there.
But it's always so crowded, Mr. Benny. How'll I find you?
If you come at the right time, they'll throw them right in your face.
Mary, one more crack out of you, and you'll be holding that cake of ice in the new Olson and Johnson show. They're looking for talent. Now, Dennis.
Yes, please?
Time is fleeting, so how about entertaining us with a number? Are you in good shape for a song?
It rained, he says.
It did. Now sing. Wait a minute, I'll take it. Hello?
Hello, Mr. Benny. This is Rochester.
Rochester, where are you?
I'm up here at the Lenox Avenue. If at first you don't succeed, roll 'em again, Club.
Oh, shooting dice, eh? How much are you ahead?
Ahead? Boss, if I was winning, this phone call would be purely social.
Oh, so that's it. Well, Rochester, don't expect to borrow any more money from me.
But, boss, now look, boss. I'll get it, gentlemen. Stand back.
Rochester, who are you talking to?
Some fraternity brothers who ain't too fatty.
Well, I'm very sorry, Rochester, but I can't advance you any more money.
Look, boss, how about sending over that $50 I won from you on the Lewis Nova fight?
The Lewis Nova fight, I told you before, I do not owe you that money.
But, boss, I'll get a gentleman fold that thing.
Rochester, our bet was that Nova would be knocked out.
Knocked out?
Yes. Now, you see, Lewis couldn't have knocked out Nova because Nova had what you call a yogi cosmic punch.
Uh-huh.
He's been perfecting it for months.
Uh-huh.
That cosmic punch is something brand new. It's never been used before.
Impractical, ain't it?
You don't understand, Rochester, and I'm not going to explain it to you, so goodbye.
But wait a minute, boss. Gentlemen, please.
Rochester, I'm going to hang up now. I'll discuss this with you tomorrow.
You'll have to discuss it with my yogi, because I'm going to be a stiff.
Oh, don't be such a coward. Goodbye. I'd like to come to New York just once without Rochester getting into trouble. Sing, Jello.
Same old tune to the sweetheart that come and go. Let your intuition, aided by the moon, tell you little things the poet doesn't know. Darling, you and I know the why a summer sky is blue, and we know why birds in the trees sing melodies too, and why love will grow from the first until the last goodbye. So to sweet romance there is just one answer. Why love will grow from the first alone until the last goodbye. So to sweet romance there is just one answer. You
That was You and I, sung by Dennis Day, and very, very good. And now, ladies and gentlemen...
Hey, Mr. Benny.
What is it, kid?
You know where I can get a ticket for the game tomorrow? I'd sure like to see the Dodgers play.
Well, I've only got a pair of them, Dennis, for Mary and myself. Do you want to go tomorrow, Mary?
Sure I do. I paid for my ticket and I'm going.
Oh.
You speculator.
You paid just what I paid. Walking. I'm sorry, Dennis.
Why don't you give them your ticket? You've been out to every game and haven't seen one of them.
All right, so I left my glasses in California. Anyway, I told you I don't need glasses.
Go on. You can't even read the news flashes on the Times building without them.
Well, those letters move. That's why.
You should have seen him last night running round and round the building trying to get the headlines.
Oh, quiet. And now, ladies and gentlemen...
But, Jack, what about those glasses you're wearing right now?
Don, they came this morning airmail special, so I'm wearing them. Big thing over nothing. And now, ladies and gentlemen...
You don't need your glasses, eh? Tell them what happened in Ebbets Field yesterday.
Nothing happened.
You know, when you try to catch...
Mary.
What was it, Mary? Tell us about it.
Oh.
Well, Jack and I went over to Brooklyn. And when we got to Ebbets Field, boy, was it crowded.
I told him about the crowd.
Well, anyway, as Jack told you, he's left his glasses in Hollywood. So as we walked through the gates, he kept saying to me, "Are you sure this is the place, Mary? Are you sure? Are you sure?"
Are you sure this is the place, Mary? Are you sure? Mary, where are you?
Don't get panicky. I'm right here in front of you.
Oh. Well, take hold of my hand. You promised to lead me. Now, sit close.
The idea of coming to the ball game without your glasses. You know you can't see a darn thing.
Don't worry. I can see all right. As a matter of fact... Whoop! Oh, pardon me, madam.
That's all right, Bud.
I mean, sir. So crowded here, I can't tell a man from a woman. Where are our seats?
Right over here. Follow me.
Hot dogs. Get your hot dogs. Get your red out here. Hot dog, old-timer?
Yeah. Where are you? Where is he? Where are you?
Just follow the garlic.
Oh. Oh, yes. Yeah. Give me 2 hot dogs, buddy.
You want the regular or the king size?
The regular will be all right.
Yes, sir. Here you are.
Thanks.
This hot dog sure smells good.
You said it.
Oh, pardon me, mister, but you're putting the mustard on my thumb.
Oh, I'm sorry. It just so happens that... What? What's that? What happened, Mary? Where? Who? What? What happened?
Hurry up, Jack. The game started.
Gee, I hope we haven't missed much. Where are our seats?
Right down here by the first baseline.
Oh, nice and close, eh?
Hello, Mary. Hiya, Jackson. What's cooking?
Who's that, Mary?
Jeepers, he's deaf, too.
Oh, that's Phil Harris. Hello, Phil.
What a game! What a game!
Yes, sir. Who are you betting on, Phil?
Cincinnati, Jackson. I'm in love.
And he's going to be a father. What a guy. See you after the game, Phil.
Here we are. Uh-oh. Hey, Jack, look at that.
Where? Who? What? Look at what? Where? Say something.
There's a great big guy sitting in our seat.
Oh, there is, eh? Well, I'll straighten him out. I'm sorry, mister, but you're sitting in my seat.
So what?
Here's what. Look, Bud, you'll just have to get out of my seat or I'll throw you out.
Oh, you will, huh? Well, let's see you do it.
Now, listen, pal, I don't care if you are a sailor. Get out of my seat.
That's a policeman.
Oh. Well, blue is blue till my glasses get here. Move over, little Mary. I'll sit on half of your seat.
Okay.
What's that? What happened, Mary? What? Boo, boo, boo. What happened? What's going on? What?
They called a third strike on Camille, and the Yankees are coming up to bat.
Oh.
Where do you get that stuff, you mug? Kill the umpire! Kill the umpire!
Boy, she's tough.
Kill the umpire!
Madam, why do you want to kill the umpire?
We was once engaged.
Oh, it's personal. I mean, it's personal. Oh, boy, what a game. Who? What? What are they cheering? What's going on, Mary? What?
DiMaggio is coming up to bat.
Oh, boy, now there's a guy that can really hit. Hooray for DiMaggio. Ow. Madam, what's that right?
That's me left. With me right, I'd have killed you.
Oh. Gee, there's a fan for you, huh?
Yeah, the Dodgers sure are popular.
You said it. Say, that gives me an idea, Mary. I just thought of a terrific gag for our program next Sunday.
What is it?
Well, you say to Don Wilson, Jack goes with a girl in Brooklyn because he can't dodge her.
This game here?
No. Look, a Dodger, don't you get it? It's a topical gag, and the sponsor will love it. It's terrific.
I ain't laughing.
When I want your opinion, officer, I'll ask for it. You see, Mary, when Don says to you... What? What's that? What happened, Mary? Mary, what happened? What?
DiMaggio hit a fly.
Oh.
It's a foul ball, and it's coming this way.
It is? Oh, yeah. Stand back, everybody. I got it.
Get out of my way. I got it.
Oh, you know, lady, I got it.
Look out, Jack.
I got it. Ooh.
Well, he got it. Throw some water on him.
What? What happened? Who? Where? Where am I? What happened, Mary? Who?
So you see, Don, that's exactly what happened when Jack went to the ball game yesterday without his glasses.
Well, I'll bet you're glad you got them now, Jack. You'll enjoy the game today.
Oh, for heaven's sake. Are you going to believe Mary? Look, Don, here's what really happened. When Medwick hit that foul ball...
That was DiMaggio.
All right, DiMaggio. When DiMaggio hit that foul ball, I saw it coming my way. I stood up and caught it with one hand. You know, Don, when I was a kid, I used to play shortstop with the Waukegan Wildcats. Why, we used to beat the best teams in the league. Kenosha, Racine, Zion City, Highland Park. Why, there was nothing to it.
Luscious red cherries, rich crimson cherry Jello. Cherries and cherry Jello. Put them together, and you have one of the most dazzling and delicious desserts that ever brightened the table. Next week's Jack Benny special now being featured by your grocer. All you need to make this grand red cherry mold is one package of Jello imitation cherry flavor and one can of red cherry. And next week at most grocers, you can buy them both as a combination. And when you get them home, just dissolve the cherry Jello in hot water as you usually do. Next, chill your Jello until it's slightly thickened. Fold in 2 cups of canned red cherries, then mold, and place in the refrigerator until firm, and serve it with a garnishing of orange sections and mint. It's an easy recipe to remember. Just cherry Jello and canned cherries. And it makes up one of the most enticing desserts you ever tasted. So get a can of cherries and a package of cherry Jello tomorrow, sure. The special combination at most grocers next week. Remember, Jello's new process of locked-in flavor gives all the flavor, always.
This is the last number of the first program in the new Jello series, and we will be with you again next Sunday night, again broadcasting from New York City. Oh, Mr. Mortimer, did you like the program? Mr. Mortimer? Mr. Mortimer.
Oh, don't wake him up, Jack.
Oh, that's right. Good night, Joni. Good night, folks. Sleep tight, Mr. Mortimer.
Remember, folks, when you order Jello tomorrow, be sure to order several packages of Jello puddings. There's Jello chocolate pudding, and a more luscious, creamy dessert you just couldn't imagine. It has a smooth, mellow flavor developed exclusively for Jello chocolate pudding by the famous Walter Baker chocolate people. And that makes every spoonful of this grand dessert a real delight. If you ever thought it was impossible to make a pudding the way Grandmother could, well, just try Jello chocolate pudding. It has all the rich, tantalizing goodness of a pudding that's homemade. Yet it's so much easier and inexpensive. So when you ask your grocer for Jello, ask for Jello puddings in all 3 flavors: chocolate, vanilla, and butterscotch. Honestly, Jello puddings are just like Grandma's, only more so.
This is the National Broadcasting Company. KFI, Los Angeles.
RCA Victor, world leader in radio, first in recorded music, and first in television, presents the Phil Harris Alice Faye Show. For your enjoyment, here is the Phil Harris Alice Faye Show, written by Ray Singer and Dick Chevrolet, with Elliot Lewis, Walter Tetley, Robert North, Janine Roos, Ann Whitfield, Walter Sharp in his music, and yours truly, Bill Foreman. This Tuesday, one of the most famous events of the year takes place in California. Pasadena's celebrated Tournament of Roses Parade. Thousands will see it in person. Millions will see it on television. But today, Frankie invents an entirely new way to view it. But first, a word from RCA Victor. Christmas is over, and while you're making your entertainment plans for 1952, make sure you include RCA Victor television. A superset like the 21-inch Rockingham, for example. In the year ahead, the Rockingham will bring into your home a great deal of pleasure and entertainment. The whole family will enjoy it. Not only is the Rockingham a beautiful addition to any living room, but its performance is unmatched anywhere. This stunning Regency console with a bow front is the most luxurious model in the superset line. And on this 21-inch Rockingham, you'll enjoy the kind of reception you've been waiting for. Unbelievably clear, strong pictures. Wherever you live, city or country, the Rockingham brings in the best reception possible thanks to television with picture power. So buy the Rockingham by RCA Victor, cornerstone of home entertainment for 3 generations. And now the stars of the RCA Victor program, Alice Faye and Phil Harris. A few weeks ago, Alice's brother William bought a home recording machine and made a tape recording of Alice and Phil's radio show. And as we look in, he is about to play it back for them.
Philip, these tape recorders are amazing. I took your program of December 9th right off the air.
Can we hear it, Willie?
Oh, why, certainly.
Well, then go ahead and play it, Willie. I'm anxious to hear it, because if I say so myself, I gave my greatest performance that week.
That was your greatest?
Yeah. Never mind. Just play that tape and you'll see how good I was. Wait till you hear the pear-shaped tones that come out of this golden-throated thrush. Now go ahead, Willie. Play the show.
Very well. Here we go.
And now the stars of the RCA Victor program, Alice Faye and Phil Harris.
Hey, that's very good, Willie. It is. It's good reception. Well, all right. You know, Alice, one of these days we got to get one of these. We can take it home and play.
With Christmas 2 weeks away, Phil has decided not to wait until the last minute to do his shopping.
Listen,
he is now making up his list, and Alice is helping him.
Are you sure you have everyone down,
Come on next, listen.
I think so. I got something down for the kids, Willie, Julia. He's such a nice man. You're talking more like a little bag every day. The only thing I got is very nice. With a set of instructions.
All right, Willie, stop it. Shut that thing off. Willie, shut it off, will you? Stop it.
Phil, I don't think you read your lines right. You talked much too fast.
You didn't exactly have a Gary Cooper delivery yourself. Willie, what's wrong with that machine?
Oh, I didn't have the tape set for the right speed at the beginning, but I slowed it down later. Now listen while I play the rest of the tape.
You're right. I've done enough for something in the sporting line.
Cut! What kind of tape were you using? Adhesive? Look, have you got my song on there, Willie?
Oh, yes.
Well, then let's try that.
Very well.
It's better. That's it. Now you got something. That's it.
Long, long ago in New Orleans.
Willie, that ain't it. I said that ain't it, Willie. No, Willie, that ain't it. Willie, I don't want that. Willie, I don't want that.
Dancers swayed as they
now you got it.
Where the blues began.
That's me.
There was Dog-Faced Chet with his plan.
Oh, you pretty thing.
Up and down. Smoky Moke was there with his
Sing it.
black hair beating his drums.
Let it go, baby. What'd you shut it off for?
I can't stand it. Your voice is getting worse.
That was my normal voice.
Normal schnormal. It's driving me nuts.
All right. Get that machine and get out of here. Take it home. You never could... I'll get that. Hello. This is the home of Phil Harris.
This is the operator, sir.
I have a local call for you, and the party wants to reverse the charges. Will you accept the call?
Yes.
Very well. Go ahead, sir.
Hello, Frankie.
Curly, how'd you know it was me?
Who else would reverse the charges on a local call?
Hey, Curly, I took care of the thing you asked me to.
That's a good boy. Hey, look, come on over here. I want to show Alice what I got.
Well, I can't leave right now, Curly. I'm visiting my sick old grandmother.
Oh, well, I'm sorry to hear that she... Remley.
Sir?
Are those billiard balls I hear clicking?
Of course not. You don't think I... Granny, you must stop cracking your knuckles.
Tell her to keep one foot on the floor, too. Remley, get over here right now. Goodbye.
Bye. Operator.
Yes, sir?
My party didn't answer, honey. Would you please return my dime?
Get off that phone.
Bill, what did Frankie get that you wanted to show me?
Honey, have I got a surprise for you.
Oh?
I sent Frankie out to Pasadena to buy reserve seats for the Rose Parade. Oh, honey, you and the kids are going to love seeing that parade.
Oh, I'm sure we will, Phil, but why do we have to go all the way out to Pasadena to see it? Why don't we just stay home and see it on television?
Well, honey, you miss all the color that way. I want you and the children to see the sheer beauty of this spectacular pageant. The artistry of the floral arrangements is positively thrilling.
Well, tell me more. You fascinate me, Carly. Now, Phil, why are you so anxious to see the parade?
Because I appreciate the beauties of nature. Oh, I can't wait to see those floats with the blankets of flowers that serve as a background for the tableaus of live girls standing around in scanty bathing suits and abbreviated
We ain't going.
What's the matter? Don't you like flowers?
You're not going just to see the flowers.
Believe me, honey, that's the only reason I'm going. Oh, listen, I can just picture row upon row of delphiniums, banked against masses of marigolds, running rampant on a field of larkspur that's just oozing with Canterbury bells. How does that sound?
Simply scrumptious, Gwendolyn. It gives me goosebumps.
Wait a minute, quiet. You just ain't artistic like me. You have no anesthetic sense. I have the soul of an artist. You take my voice, for example.
Oh, you can pick a better example than that.
Like what?
Like my voice.
Tricked again.
Now sit down and I'll show you
I
just
will,
what I
I
mean. Sit down.
What are you gonna do? You're so undecided. You say you do and then you don't. You say you will and then you won't. So what are you gonna do?
First you say you do, then you don't. Then you say you will, then you won't. You're undecided now, so what are you gonna do? Now you wanna play and then it's no. And when you say you'll stay, that's when you go. You're undecided now, so what are you gonna do? I've been sitting on a fence, and it doesn't make much sense, 'cause you keep me in suspense, and you know it. Then you promise to return. When you don't, I really burn. Well, I guess I'll never learn, and I show it. If you got a heart and if you're kind, don't keep us apart, make up your mind. You're undecided now, so what are you gonna do?
It seems that you keep slowly driving us crazy. We can't make head or tail out of you.
My mind's gone bad, I feel that everything's hazy. Don't know exactly just what to do.
What are you gonna do? First you say you do, and then you don't. And then you say you will, and then you won't.
I'm undecided now, I don't know just what to do.
Undecided. Now you wanna play, and then it's no. And when you say you stay, that's when you go.
I'm undecided now, I don't know just what to do. been sitting on a fence, and it doesn't make much sense.
'Cause you keep us in suspense, and you know it.
Then I'll promise to return.
When you don't, we really burn.
Well, I guess I'll never learn, and I show it.
If you got a heart, and if you're kind, then don't keep us apart. Make up your mind. You're undecided now, so what are you gonna do? If you got a heart, and if you're kind, make up your mind. Don't be undecided now. So what are you gonna do?
Hey, that wasn't bad, Alice. Now step aside and listen to a real voice. I'll read... Uh-oh. I'll get it. Hey, don't go away, Alice. When I come back, I'm going to show you a real operatic baritone. Something like this. Ezio Pinza, Mario Lanza, Carmen Lombardo, and Wingy Mono.
Curly?
Curly.
Huh? Why don't you change doctors? You're getting these attacks more often.
What attacks? I'm singing.
Oh. I thought your gallbladder was acting up again.
Don't be funny. Hey, look, did you get the reservation for the Rose Parade?
Of course I did. You can depend on me. If you send me out to get something, I get it.
All right. I knew you'd get it. Hey, did you get good reserve seats?
Well, they're not exactly reserved. And I guess you couldn't call them seats.
Frankie, what'd you buy with the money I gave you?
An empty lot.
Couldn't get a houseboat, huh?
Well, I looked at one, but it wasn't exactly what...
Never mind, will you? What's the idea of buying me an empty lot?
I didn't buy it. I only leased it for 99 years. This way, you not only see the parade, you can make money besides.
Yeah? How do you figure that?
You put up bleachers. You reserve the front row for yourself, and you sell the rest of the seats. You'll make a fortune.
You know something, Remley? I got to hand it to you. You pulled a shrewd deal. Taking the money and leasing the lot.
I happen to be a clever businessman. I got it up here.
You certainly have. Hey, tell me, Frank, where's this lot and what does it look like?
How should I know? I haven't seen it yet.
Uh-huh. Remley, you know that stuff you had up there?
Yeah.
Look around. It slipped. Why didn't you ask the guy who leased you the lot to show it to you first?
Surely he was a stranger. I didn't know him well enough to get that personal. But you got nothing to worry about. This guy is honest, trustworthy, and beyond reproach.
Oh, that's different. Sounds like a pretty high-class gent.
He is. He didn't even stagger when we got off the bar stool.
You met this guy in a bar room?
There's someplace else to meet people?
All I did was tell you to drive out to Pasadena and buy tickets. What were you doing in a bar room?
I had to stop to get gas.
And after you got gassed up, then what? Remley, what's the matter with you? Every time I ask you to do something, you mess it up. One of these days, Alice is going to...
Phil, who are you yelling at like that?
Frankie.
Oh. What did the sad sack do now?
Alice, you'll never believe this, but do you know what he did? And please don't blow your top when I tell you.
What did he do?
Look, I gave him money to buy seats for the parade, and instead he leased an empty lot.
So?
What do you mean, so? He came back with an empty lot.
What'd you expect from him? Seats?
See? She understands, Curly. Alice and I think alike. We're on the same mental plane. Our brains work the same way, don't they, Alice?
Don't.
You slapsy maxi, that's it.
Now, Phil, that settles it. I'm not going out to any empty lot that Frankie got. We're going to stay home and see the parade on television.
No, we're not. Now, look, Alice, I'll drive out to Pasadena with Frankie now, and then I'll buy some reserved seats. Then will you go?
First, I want to see where the seats are located.
Oh, this is silly. I leased Curly a beautiful empty lot.
Will you keep quiet, please? Alice, if you want to see where the seats are, drive out with me, and then you can see when I buy.
I can't right now, Phil. I have something to do. I'll get somebody to drive me out a little later. And where will I meet you?
At Curly's empty lot. Here's the address.
Yeah, meet us at Curly's empty lot. Come on, Remley. I'll drive us out.
Yeah, Curly.
On the way to Pasadena, will you sing to me?
What?
It's a dull trip, and your voice always puts me to sleep.
Okay, close your pink little eyes. Here we go. Young Johnny Jones, he had a cute little boat, and all the girlies he would take for a float. He had girlies by the score, sweet little peaches on the shore. But Johnny was a Weisenheimer, you know. His steady girl was Flo. And every Sunday afternoon, they'd drop in his boat, and then they'd spoon. And then he'd row, row, row. Right up that river he would row, row, row. A hug he'd give her, then he'd kiss her now and then. She would tell him when. He'd fool around, and then he'd kiss again, and then he'd row, row, row. A little further he would row, just he and Flo. With her head on his chest, he'd take a few measures rest, and then he'd row, row, row. In Johnny's boat he had a cute little seat, and all the kisses that he stole were so sweet. And he knew just how to row. He was a rowing Romeo. He had an island where the trees were so grand. He knew just how to land. Then tales of love he'd tell to Flo, until it was time for them to go. And then he'd row, row, row. Right up that river he would row so slow. A hug he'd give her, then he'd kiss her now and then. She would tell him when. He'd fool around, and then he'd kiss again, and then he'd row. A little further he would row, just he and Flo. Then he'd drop both his oars, take a few more encores, and then he'd row, 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 just he and Florence. Row, row, row right into heaven. Row, row. He had no Johnson motor, so Johnny and Flo would row, row, row.
Hey, Curly, we've walked all over Pasadena, and there just aren't any reserved seats left.
I'm not going to give up, Remley. If I can't get tickets for the regular price, then I'll go to a scalper. I'm willing to pay more.
How much more?
Remley, it's Grogan.
Oh, it's Harrison Remley. What are you guys doing in Pasadena?
Well, we came out to get seats for the parade. Think you can help us, Grog?
Yeah, sure. Just happen to have some tickets in the reviewing stand, and I want you fellas to be my guests. Here, take 6 tickets.
Gee, thanks, Grog.
That'll be $50 apiece.
$50 apiece? That's a lot of money. I ain't gonna pay.
Don't be a cheap guest. You can afford it. Besides, this money goes to a very worthy cause. It's for my benevolent society.
Benevolent Society?
Yeah, I'm engaged in a very noble work. I rehabilitate ex-convicts. Only last week, 8 of them got out a star. I lined up jobs for them.
Gee, that's a very charitable thing to do, Grogan.
Yeah, well, I figure that's the least I can do, seeing as how I framed them in the first place.
What kind of jobs did you get them? What are they doing?
Well, at present, they are working their way up in a bank in Pomona.
How are they doing?
About 2 more feet and they'll reach the vault.
Well, at least they're working.
Sure, it's better than having them hang around a pool room.
On behalf of my grandmother, I resent that.
Hey, Grogan, your society doesn't sound very, shall we say, dignified?
Now, what are you talking about? Wait till you see the beautiful float that we entered in the parade. It's got social significance. It's symbolic of the work that our organization is doing. It's a very touching tableau.
Yeah? What do you call it?
Flight from Alcatraz. Or tippy-toeing off of the rock. Well, I got a
run along now. How about the tickets? You want to buy them or don't you?
No, thanks. That's too much money, Grog.
Well, that's too bad. You're going to miss seeing my society's float. Oh, this is a beautiful thing to see. With all them flower-bedecked machine guns. I'm sure we'll win first prize.
What makes you so sure?
The head judge is gun-shy. Well, so long, fellas, and I wish you both a trigger happy New Year.
Oh, the same to you, Grog. All right, Remley, what are we going to do now? You see, I can't get any reserved seats.
Well, why bother? You still have your empty lot. Why don't we go look at it?
Why waste our time? It's probably nowhere near where the parade's going to be.
Well, let's find out, huh? Should we find out? All right, I'll ask that guy. Hey, mister?
Yes?
What street is the Rose Parade going to be on?
Colorado Street.
Colorado Street? Hey, Curly, that's the street your lot's on.
No kidding. Gee whiz, that's wonderful. Hey, mister, are you sure the parade's on Colorado Street?
Yes, sir. The parade starts at number 4 Colorado Street and goes up to the 2400 block.
Did you hear that? See? Hey, that's great. Frankie, this time you really came through, kid.
Yeah.
I'm proud of you. What's the address of my lot?
68,700.
Oh, it's just down the road a piece, huh?
Well, maybe it's a little further, but it's right on Colorado.
Are you sure it's not in Colorado? The guy said the parade ends at the 2400 block.
He don't know what he's talking about. I happen to know it goes all the way down Colorado.
I got news for you. It better be a good spot.
I guarantee it. I assure you, you'll be very happy with this lot. Let's go see it, huh? Well, how do you like your lot, Curly?
I don't know. Drop the anchor. I'll dive.
Oh, now, don't be sarcastic. It's not bad walking here. Grass just happens to be a little dewy.
A little dewy. Remley, I got a message for you. That dew is lapping at my armpits. What's the matter with you? You got me a lot that's 4 feet. It's got 4 feet of water on it. Now, what am I supposed to do with all this water?
Bottle it and sell it to the natives.
Will you stop already?
No, you can call it Curly Cola.
Yeah, I understand. Just stop already.
Or how about Canada Wet?
I don't want to hear no more from you, I told you.
All right.
Please. All I wanted was some seats to see the parade. All I asked you to do was to get me something along the line of March.
Oh, March! I thought you said marsh.
Will you stop already? I mean, the place is impossible. It's a swamp, and it's so foggy that you can't see your hand in front of you. And let's leave before Alice gets here. I don't want her to know that I've been taken by you again because she's not going to put...
Bill!
Oh, no.
Bill, where are you?
Now, you hear it? That's Alice.
Where are you two water buffaloes hiding?
The monster's with her.
Now, why'd she have to bring Julius? Now we'll never hear the end
will
of
you
it.
keep quiet? They haven't seen us. Let's not answer, and maybe they'll go away.
Bill, are you and Frankie out there?
Nobody out here but us frogs.
Croak, croak,
oink, oink.
Croak, croak.
Oink, oink.
Make like a frog.
That's as close as I can get.
That's them, Miss Faye. Who else would come up with a tired old joke like that?
See what happened? Now they know we're here. Might as well. Alice, here we are, honey. Come on out and see my lot.
But it's all covered with water.
No, it's not too deep. Just walk straight out.
You better let me lead the way, Miss Faye. Follow me. You guys are maniacs flying out in the middle of a swamp. How stupid can you get?
Curly?
What?
This lot's too tall for Julius.
Yeah, they're making them grocery boys too short these days. You think you'll come up?
I don't know. Why, is it important?
If I'm going to bottle this stuff, I don't want that kid floating around. There's not much call for sparkling Julius, you know. Hey, maybe we ought to go down there and see...
What's the matter with you guys? Ain't you got no heart?
Where you been, kid? We missed you. Here, give me your hand. Let me help you up. I'll get you...
Get your clammy mitts off of me, little waterlogged body. What are you, a couple of zombies or something?
What are you beeping about? You came up, didn't you?
What were you doing down there so long?
Now, there's a nice, stupid question. I was having dinner with Esther Williams and Ben Gay. Sometimes I wonder...
Will you keep quiet?
I won't be quiet. You come right out of there.
Honey, I'm not going to do it. This is my lot. The parade goes right by this place.
Which way, upstream or down?
Phil, we're not going to see the parade from here. It's foggy, it's full of water, and it's halfway to Chicago.
Oh, don't exaggerate. It's not that far out. The man said the parade goes right past this lot, and we're going to stay here and see it. A little bit of water never hurt anybody. And
Curly!
Huh?
I hear music. Hey, the parade must be starting already.
It can't be. It's not supposed to start. Hey, you're right. Yeah. Hey, here comes the first float through the fog. Hey, it's pretty, too. Hey, look at it. It's all done up like a ship. Hey, mister, that's a nice float you got there. What float, son? This is the Mississippi Showboat. Which way to Natchez, boy?
Alice and Phil will be back in just a moment. RCA Victor's new Victrola 45 instruments represent a completely new system of recorded music, the 45 system. And it's the system that makes the difference. The handy 7-inch record and automatic changer are the first ever designed together to play together as a unit. Both are the result of not just months, but years of scientific tests. That's why RCA Victor's 45 system sounds better, plays easier, and costs less than any other system of recorded music. And listen to this. If you buy a Victrola 45 instrument now, you'll receive at no extra cost over $6 worth of RCA Victor hit record albums as a bonus. Over $6 worth of record albums are yours for the purchase of any RCA Victor instrument that plays 45s exclusively. So, act now. Don't miss this wonderful holiday season offer. Brought to you by RCA Victor.
Folks, this is Phil again. You know, nice things you can't hear too often. So from our entire cast here on the RCA Victor program, may we wish you everything you want for the coming year. For your safety and for that of your loved ones, please drive carefully. If you drink, don't drive. And if you're sleepy, pull over to the curb and take a nap. You'll lose a little time, but at least you'll wake up. Thank you. Good night, everybody.
Happy New Year, everybody.
This program is produced and directed by Paul Phillips. Remember, whether you're buying a television set, a radio, a Victrola phonograph, or records, put your faith in the cornerstone of American home entertainment for 3 generations. RCA Victor, world leader in radio, first in television.
Next, Theater Guild on the air and Goodbye, Mr. Chips on NBC.
USA, the greatest entertainers in America, as requested by you, the fighting men of the United States Armed Forces throughout the world. Command Performance, presented this week and every week till it's over there. Testing. 1, 2, 3, 4. Come in, Army. Come in, Navy. Come in, Coast Guard and U.S. Marines. Come in, too, all you nurses and civilian workers and you good people in all the United Nations. From the North Pole to the South Pole and around the equator, it's command performance time, answering the personal commands of you guys and gals who make up the high command on this #1 show of yours. And right now, answering your first command, we're delighted to bring back for the 4th time that beloved character of screen and radio, Waukegan's gift to Rochester. A fellow who is known for his philanthropy, his generosity, a man who always gives till it hurts, that crybaby, Jack Benny.
Thank you, and hello, fellas. Crybaby. Don, I can't understand those introductions of yours. First you say that I'm generous and I give till it hurts, and then you say I cry about it. I mean, what does that mean?
Well, Jack, everybody knows that you're one of the best-hearted and most generous men in this town.
Well, thank you.
Except where money is concerned.
Don, aren't you taking a lot of chances for a fellow who is too fat to work at Lockheed? Look, Don, I'm not tight.
Certainly you're not tight, Jack. When you do a cheap, petty mercenary act, it's really not you.
It's not?
No, it's just one side of your dual personality.
My dual personality?
Yes, everyone has a dual personality, has two sides. Even I have. Just like a coin has heads and tails.
I see. Well, from where I'm standing, brother, you didn't come up heads. And besides, Don, this is a command performance and no place to discuss dual personality.
Well, all right, Jack. If you want to go on through life not knowing why you're cheap, it's all right with me.
I don't want to know anything about it. I'm cheap, and that's that. Now, wait a minute.
Now, don't get excited, Jack. Your condition isn't unusual. You're simply a split personality. Haven't you ever heard of schizophrenia?
Don, there are children and Marines listening in. So watch it, will you?
But, Jack, schizophrenia is merely a scientific word meaning the two sides to every man, his ego and his alter ego.
Look, Don, we'll talk about this later. Look, I'm master of ceremonies here, and I have a lot of people to introduce. So take your big, fat schizophrenia and get out of here. Well, fellas, it won't be long before Command Performance celebrates its first birthday on the biggest worldwide radio network any show ever had. And another hit that goes in all directions is a very talented young lady from Paramount Studios. So, gang, hold on to your GI hats. We're going for another ride with Cass Daley.
Say, not long ago, I took a trip down to old Mexico. Stepped in a gay cafe to pass the evening away. A Mexicano smiled at me and introduced himself as Senor Hennessy. I just wanted company, but the Senor wanted more from me. For soon he began to begin. Then I said, Daddy, you're working much too fast for me. Daddy, you'll never get the best of me. He said, no harm is meant by Senor Hennessy. In fact, my wife will soon be here, you see. No sooner had he said those words to me when in walked Mrs. Hennessy. Did I worry? You can bet your life I did. Then my system and I began to shake. She called me a homewrecker and a snake. And there were other names, even worse to take. But I can't talk about that. I've just said goodbye now. I gotta go now. She said, okay, you may, my dear. But not the way you came in here. So prepare to die now. Then with the twist of a wrist, she hit me with a fist, and in her fist was a bottle of ice cold cola. It knocked out every molar. This pretty little poppy looked like a mess. I tried to hold her, but couldn't control her as she kicked me in my amapola. Then on my head she played the amber chorus. Bang, 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 I heard the birdies sing. I said, rolled in on the river, I held a roll up, rolled in on the river, I made me vow when I was through there'll be a change in my love life. From now on, I swear, I'm giving every married man the air. I want to live until I'm old and gray. I made a vow, and how today there'll be some change in me.
She got more applause than I did. That was Cass Daley, who appeared here tonight through the courtesy of Paramount Pictures. You know, fellas, I used to be with the Paramount studio. In fact, the last picture I made there was Love Thy Neighbor with Fred Allen. Fred Allen, if you'll pardon the expression. In fact, that was the last picture I made there. I liked it, though. It was one of those educational pictures. I knew it was educational because after the producer saw it, he says, this will teach us a lesson. Oh, well. And now, fellas, Command Performance recently got a letter from a Marine sergeant on Guadalcanal who has this to say. Guadalcanal is not quite the ideal place for a guy to continue his piano lessons. And anyway, I'm practicing on machine guns these days, helping to teach the Japs not to monkey with the U.S. Marines. But I do miss the piano. So how about Command Performance dishing out a helping of Gershwin? Yes, sir, Sergeant, we'll do just that with Alfred Newman and his orchestra. A medley of Gershwin songs played on two pianos by those two personalities.
You see, Jack, that's just what I was talking about. Dual personality.
Don, I don't care to discuss it. Schizophrenia yet. And fellas, here they are, Hollywood's ace piano team, Marlene Fingerly and Arthur Schutt. Go ahead, kid. That was lovely and very fine music. And believe me, I know, for I'm a musician myself. You know, the last time I was on command performance, I played a duet with a fellow named Yasha Heifetz. Of course, he plays better than I do because, you see, he started on the violin 3 weeks before I did. 3 weeks of music makes a lot of difference. In fact, you should hear the difference. Anyway, when Yash and I stepped up to the microphone...
Say, Jack, I've just thought of a very simple way to explain that dual personality to you.
Look, I told you, Don, I'm not interested.
But it's simple. It's what you call your conscience, your evil self, your inner man.
My inner what?
Your inner man. We all have one. You have a little man inside of you, and I have one inside of me.
Well, at least yours can roam around once in a while. Now, Don, will you do me a favor? I don't want to hear any more about inner man, outer man, or schizophrenia. To me, that's a lot of bunk. In the first place, I'll take it. Hello?
Hello, Mr. Benny, this is Rochester.
Rochester, I told you never to call me up in the middle of a command broadcast.
Well, this is important, boss. I was just leaving the house, and I thought I'd better tell you I put the key under the mat.
Now, wait a minute. Who told you could have the night off?
Well, I thought I'd like to take Carmichael to see Mrs. Miniver.
Well, that's silly. Why would my polar bear go to Mrs. Miniver?
He wants to see if it's anything like the book.
Look, now, don't give me that stuff. If you want to go out with your girl tonight, come right out and say so.
Okay. Can I go out with my girl tonight?
No.
Can I go out for just an hour?
No.
Well, can I invite her over to the house?
No.
We're in a rut, boss. Let's start over.
Now, look, Rochester, before I left the house, I gave you some fan mail pictures to send out. As soon as you're through with them, you can go out with your girl.
That may be too late. She ain't the truest thing in town.
Well, that's your worry. Now, mail out all those pictures. And be sure to send the out-of-town ones airmail.
I ain't got no stamps.
No stamp? What'd you do with that $10 I gave you this morning to buy them with?
Well, I'll tell you, boss. I was on my way to the drugstore this afternoon to get them, and all the way over I kept saying stamps, stamps, stamps. And just before I got there, I stopped in the garage where a friend of mine works. And the next thing I knew, I was on my knees saying 7, 7, 7.
I see. So you lost that $10 shooting craps, eh?
We prefer to call it Mississippi Bridge.
I don't care what you prefer. My $10 you lost is coming out of your next week's salary.
The whole $10?
Yes, all of it.
That's a neat trick if you can do it.
I can, so don't worry. Now, goodbye.
Goodbye. Oh, say, boss.
Now what?
I was listening to the program, and I heard Mr. Wilson say that there were 2 of you, that you have an inner man.
Well, what about it?
Which one do I speak to about a raise?
You speak to nobody. Goodbye. Always worrying about a raise. And now, fellows, by worldwide command of the AEF, Command Performance presents a very busy young lady who sells bonds, goes on camp tours, works at the canteen, makes motion pictures, and has the additional burden of being married to my band leader, Phil Harris. Your favorite singing star of dozens of your favorite pictures, lovely Alice Faye.
Thank you, Jack. And I know Phil will be awfully flattered by that charming build-up. As for me, I'd like to thank all you men who write me those very beautiful letters, especially Paul, Les, Mac, Bud, and Jim at APO 832. Yes, boys, Pop Harris is coming along nicely. Love to Ray Carr and the Bunker Buds, to Johnny Mans at APO 963, and to Bob Godwin somewhere in the Pacific. And for all of you who placed orders for that certain tune, just bend an ear. Come on and hear, come on and hear Alexander's Ragtime Band. Come on and hear, come on and hear, it's the best band in the land. They can play a bugle call like you never heard before, so natural that you want to go to war. It's just the bestest band, what I am, oh my honeyland. Come on along, let me take you by the hand. Up to the man who's the leader of the band. And if you care to hear the Swanee River played in ragtime, come on and hear Alexander's Ragtime Band. Can play a bugle call like you never heard before, so natural that you want to go to war. That's just the bestest band, what I am, oh my honey lamb. Come on along, let me take you by the hand. Up to the man who's the leader of the band. And if you care to hear the Swanee River played in ragtime, come on and hear Alexander's Ragtime Band.
Thank you, Alice. That was really swell.
Oh, thank you, Jack.
Oh, Alice, I noticed you came down to the broadcast alone. Where's Phil tonight?
Well, it's the maid's night out, and Phil's staying home with the baby for a change.
For a change? I should hope so, yeah. Tell me, Alice, confidentially, as well as I know Phil, I don't know, but tell me, what What is Phil like around the house, Alice?
You won't believe this, Jack, but around the house, Phil is one of the quietest, most reserved, mouse-like people. Honestly, he's a completely different man.
See, Jack? There's a perfect example of what I was talking about. Phil Harris has a dual personality.
Don, what are you talking about?
Exactly what I've been trying to explain to you. Phil is like everybody else. He has a good side and an evil side, a smart side and a corny side.
A what?
A smart side and a corny side.
Now, why does he have to show so much favoritism? I tell you, I just don't believe in this dual personality stuff.
Well, I don't see why not, Jack. Even Phil believes in it. It's as simple as 2 and 2.
Oh, yeah? If you think 2 and 2 is so simple, just ask Phil to add it up sometime. Sister.
No.
Guess that last crack got her. Dual personality. Take you, for instance, Alice. You're always the same sweet, lovable girl.
Oh, that's nice of you, Jack, but you only see the good side of me. You know, there are times when that part seems completely to leave my body.
Yeah, but look what you got left. Dual personality.
But, Jack, it's so simple.
Don, look, I'm going crazy. If you mention that once more, I'm going to positively walk out of here.
Jack, can't you see? It's your alter ego, like Jekyll and Hyde.
That's all, brother. Command performance or no command performance, I'm going home. So long. When that Don Wilson gets on a subject, he doesn't know when to stop. Imagine a fella having an alter ego, a Jekyll and Hyde, an inner man. That's a lot of bunk. Oh, well, such a lovely evening, I think I'll walk home. Gee, I wish I had a cigar. Here's a cigar store. I think I'll stop in here and get one.
Well, sir, what can I do for you?
I'd like a cigar, please.
Yes, sir. What kind?
Oh, I don't know. Something mild.
Well, here's a nice mild cigar for $1.
$1, eh?
And here's one a little stronger for 10 cents.
I see. Now, gee, I don't know which one to get. This one's $1, and that one's 10 cents, eh?
Yes, sir.
Well, I don't know. I like the looks of that $1 one. And yet, you know which cigar you're going to take, Jack Benny. What? You're going to take that 10-cent one. You always take the 10-cent one. Yes, but the $1 cigar's milder, and it's much better for my throat. A lot you care about your throat. Now, wait a minute. Who are you? I'm your alter ego. Your inner man. Yeah? Well, you get your cigar, and I'll get mine. Come on, take that 10-cent one and let's get going. No, I won't take it. I want that $1 one. You hear? I want that $1 cigar. I know you want that $1 cigar. But remember, Jack Benny, if you buy the one for a dime, you save 15 cents.
15 cents, 13 cents, 13 cents, 15 cents. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
Stop it! Stop it! I don't care about the money. I don't care what I save. I want that mild cigar. Hey, mister, give me that $1 cigar.
Yes, sir.
Jack, are you crazy? Reflect a little. That cigar costs $1, 2 dimes, and a nickel. Think, man. Think! Okay. Hold it, mister. Hold it, please.
Make up your mind, will you? Which cigar do you want?
Take it easy. I'm in conference. Oh, I don't know what to do. I want that quarter cigar, and yet you want that 10-cent one. I said the quarter one. The 10-cent one. The quarter one. The 10-cent one. All right, give me the 10-cent one. I'll take it. I'll take it. I knew this would happen to me. I knew it. I knew it. Say, this 10-cent cigar isn't so bad after all. Doggone, it's a good smoke. But the quarter one would have been better. Where are you going now, Jackie? Oh, come on home with me. We'll play gin rummy. Well, fellas, as the foreman of the Nazi swing shift said when a bomb hit the munitions factory, that's all for tonight. But before we wind up the clock and put out the cat, we'd like to say that your big show will be open for business again next week, same time. And our business is filling the orders you send in. And don't forget it. On command performance, your credit is good. Just your signature on that letter. That's all it takes. Until later, then, this is Jack Benny speaking from the USA and reminding the Axis that American troops are only 500 miles from the toe of the Italian boot. And, brother, that ain't far from that heel in Berlin. So long.
Performance USA, the greatest entertainers in America, answering the requests of our fighting men, nurses, and civilian workers throughout the world, and saluting our partners in all the United Nations. Command Performance is presented by the War Department of the United States in cooperation with the Hollywood Victory Committee and Local 47 American Federation of Musicians. This is Don Wilson thanking you for the swell letters you send to Command Performance, care of this station, and until next week saying, so long from Uncle Sam.
The following program is rebroadcast by the Armed Forces Radio Service to our fighting men overseas. Bristol Myers, makers of Sal Hepatica for the smile of health, and True Shave, the beforehand lotion, presents the Eddie Cantor Show. Ladies and gentlemen, in the early part of New Year's Eve, Eddie Cantor put on a show for the servicemen at the Hollywood Canteen. We turn back the clock and pick Eddie up as he's singing for the boys.
G.I. Joe, he was with the show when the boys invaded France. He stopped the shell by chance and met romance in an ambulance. Cute Marie was a nurse and she stole Joey's heart away. While convalescing day by day, he'd look at her and say, oh, Frenchie, although your language is so new to me. When you say oui, la la, we mean you and me, la la. Oh, Frenchie, you won my heart with your bravery. March on, with any boy you see. you, la, 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 la. Oh, Frenchy, save your la, la, la's for me. Oh, Frenchy, Frenchy, you are the one gave themselves for me. Martin, with any boy you see. But when you la, 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 oh, Frenchy, save your ooh-la-las. They're just sweet la-la-las. Save your ooh-la-las for me. Fellas down here at the Hollywood Canteen, I'm glad you like the show. And now, if you really want to see the old year go out and the new year come in, I want to invite all of you over to my house at 1014 Roxbury Drive. What do you think? Harry Bonzell and I leave first to get things ready. So come on over, all of you men in uniform. Come on, Harry.
Okay, I'm ready, Eddie.
Come on, Nora.
All ready.
Come on, Leonard, let's go. What do you say?
Hey, Eddie, will you be careful the way you're driving?
Gee, I'm so excited. And you two kids in the back, Leonard and Nora, the way you're necking, you're not helping me one bit, you know.
Oh, Mr. Cantor.
Say, Eddie, it was a swell show you put on tonight for all our fighting men.
Yes, Harry, we had soldiers, sailors, Marines, aviators. In fact, we only missed one branch of our fighting men.
Who was that?
Tommy Dorsey couldn't show up.
Oh.
Well, it was a lot of fun, wasn't it, Harry?
Oh, it sure was. Say, did you see the fellow who just got back from overseas dancing with Dorothy Lamour?
Dancing? Did you say dancing?
Yeah.
When they finished jitterbugging, she was wearing his campaign ribbon.
No.
Oh, yeah. And she deserved them, you know. You know, she saw as much action as he did.
You know something, Eddie? During intermission, I tried to dance close to Carol Landis, but it was impossible, so I just danced.
I know. Why was it impossible to dance close to her?
There was a Marine in the middle.
You know, everybody talks about how the servicemen dance. Did you ever get a load of the women in the service, Harry?
Now, they really tossed you around.
You said it. I happened to dance with a Red Cross nurse, and when we got through, I needed her. Just before the music started, she got set in a rumba pose. Uh-huh. In the front, she was all bent over, and from the back, she looked like she was trying to get away on furlough. By the way, Leonard, your music, really, kid, your music was wonderful tonight.
Thank you, Mr. Cantor. I sure had a swell time.
I could have enjoyed myself more if Leonard weren't so jealous.
Oh.
He kept watching me every time I danced with a soldier or Marine.
Well, sure, I was worried. The only time I didn't have to watch her was when she danced with a sailor.
Yeah. Really? Why didn't you watch her then?
I had to watch the sailor. I don't blame you. Guy, I sure got embarrassed watching. You see, I don't know how to dance, so Nora and I just had to stand on the floor with our arms around each other. And you know something?
What?
It's better that way.
Oh, I'm so anxious for Leonard to know how to dance. I asked him to go to Arthur Murray's, but he refused.
Well, why, Leonard? Well, how would you like to learn how to dance with Arthur Murray?
No. You don't understand, Leonard. Arthur Murray teaches dancing, but he also has hundreds of girls.
Well, gee, then how does he find time to teach dancing?
Leonard, did you ever have a talk with your mother about life?
Oh, yes, and now we subscribe to it. It's kind, too. Quick and thick and...
Will you please?
Oh, Mr. Cantor, isn't this your house, 1014 Roxbury Drive?
1014, yes.
That's it.
Let's go out and get into action.
Here
Come
we
on,
go.
kids. Anybody home?
Hello? Hello?
How do you do? What are you doing in the dining room? Why aren't you in the kitchen?
I am having trouble with the cook. Well, Russia, the cook is young and beautiful. That's my trouble. I hate.
Russian, will you get in the kitchen and prepare the food?
Not me, no, sir. I'm leaving. Your house is too big. Running upstairs, downstairs, up the attic, down the basement. I'm all worn out from running.
Yeah, but Russian, why do you have to run?
The cook is not standing still, you know. Now, listen here, Russian. Listen to me. Eddie's got guests to serve out there. Now, you go back in there and make up with the cook.
Never. Never. She insulted me. She refused to permit me to make my specialty. Turnovers with tartar sauce.
Turnovers with... Is it good?
Good. Once in old Rochester, I cooked my special turnovers for Prince Romanov.
Oh, well, what happened?
2 weeks after he died, he was still turning over.
Oh, yes, I told you, Eddie. Look, Russian, I don't think you know anything about cooking at all.
But, yes. I wrote a book on recipes.
Yes?
In poetry. Part 1, page 1.
Go ahead.
There once was a butcher named Hutton, whose wife was a glutton for mutton. He sneaked up behind her, pushed her in the grinder. No Hutton, no mutton, no glutton, no nothing.
No Hutton, no mutton, no glutton.
No Russian, I quit.
Wait a minute. Russian, you can't quit now. It's the night of my party.
I, sir, tender my resignation. And if it's tender enough, yes, I'll eat it.
Oh, get out of here, Russian, please. Darn that Russian trying to kiss all my cooks. A fine mess that leaves me in. Oh, Nora.
Yes, Mr. Cantor.
Listen, honey. Go into the living room and sing a couple of songs for the boys.
All right.
I've got to get busy and get some help for the party. The Russian and the cook both walked out.
Walked out? Why?
Well, the cook got mad at the Russian for what he did, and the Russian got mad at the cook for what she didn't.
Oh.
Now, go ahead, Nora, will you?
Say, Eddie.
Yeah.
That pretty cook of yours just came back.
Oh, good, Harry. Where is she?
Yeah, she's gone.
Yeah. I thought you said she just came back.
Yeah, well, she just came back for a bottle of Truchet, the beforehand lotion.
And get her what?
Truchet. Truchay. Truchet.
I know how to spell Truchet, but what about the cook?
Cook. C-O-O-K.
No. Harry, don't be so smart.
Well, I'm not being smart, Eddie, but the cook is being smart, coming back for that bottle of Truchet.
You call that being smart?
Why, certainly. She knows, like so many busy women, that Truchet is just the thing to use to help keep her hands soft and lovely in spite of hot soapy water. And Truchet will really do that because Truchet is based on a different idea than other hand lotions. Truchet is a beforehand lotion. A lotion that you put on your hands before you put them in hot, soapy water. Truchet's beforehand protection will then help guard your hands from the rough, drying effects of the hot, soapy water. Help keep your hands softer, smoother, lovelier. So why not do what thousands of lovely women are doing to help keep their hands beautiful? Begin today to use Truchet.
All right, Harry. You've convinced me that my cook was smart and Truchet is wonderful.
Good.
But right now, try to see if you can find anyone we can hire to help in the kitchen. Someone to cook.
Someone to cook?
Yeah.
Well, Eddie, you've got 5 daughters living right here in the house.
Harry, if they could cook, do you think they'd still be living in this house?
Well, I tell you what, let's do. Let's go in and hear Nora sing to the boys.
Oh, yes. Let's do that, huh?
Okay.
Here she goes.
all getting along fine here, but somebody should be fixing refreshments. What are you going to do?
Look, Harry, I put in a call for Jack Benny to see if I can borrow Rochester.
Oh, good. Well, I hope Jack's home.
Yeah, I hope so. I know last New Year's Eve he went to Ciro's, you know.
Yeah. Ciro's? That's $15 a head. Don't tell me Jack Benny paid that.
No. Leave it to Benny. When he found out it was $15 a head, he got down on his hands and knees and backed in. Oh, this must be Benny. Hello, Jack. This is Eddie Cantor. Yeah. Say, Jack, I hate to bother you on New Year's Eve, but I wanted to ask you a little favor. Hello? Rochester, put Mr. Benny back on the phone. Tell him it's not money. What a coward. Look, Jack, I brought a lot of servicemen over here from the canteen, and I need someone to help me with the sandwiches and refreshments. In fact, I'm even willing to pay $5. No, Jack, you shouldn't leave your guests for that. No. Jack, look, would you let me borrow Rochester? He's busy what? Shampooing your hair. Well, let him bring it with him. We'll dry it and send it back tomorrow. You will send Rochester, right? Oh, thanks, Jack. You're a pal. Send him to my house, 1014 Roxbury Drive. Harry.
Here I am, Eddie. I was just getting my baby so he can pin the 1945 banner across his chest.
Good. Everything's going to work out. Rochester's coming over to help, and at 12 o'clock we'll bring Eddie Cantor Bonzel Jr. out as the New Year's baby.
Yeah. Gosh, my kid's first New Year's.
You're going to be the New Year's baby for all the servicemen. What do you think of that, little fella? There goes that goo again. He says nothing else. I wonder what he's trying to say when he says goo, Harry, huh?
Goo. Look at me with this New Year's banner. Now they start to pin things on my chest. Oh, I get it. 1945. That's the new year. It'll be a big year for me, too. I'll have teeth. When I have teeth, I can stop that nasty habit of sucking my thumb. I'll be able to bite my nails. Honey, Popeye's hair ain't gray. I bet he touches it up. I like Popeye, except the way he plays. I wished he'd stop throwing me up in the air. Either that or start catching me. Popeye likes me. For Christmas, he gave me a piggy bank, and on the bottom it says, "When filled, bring to the bank. 1014 Roxbury Drive." I wish it was 12 o'clock so the New Year would be here. It'll be a big year for me. I'll be learning to walk and to talk. All I can say now is, goo. Oh, well, that's better than nothing. So happy Goo Year, everybody. Happy Goo Year.
Harry, put the baby back in his crib until 12 o'clock.
Yeah.
Then you can go in with Leonard and Nora and help entertain the boys.
Oh, there's somebody at the door, Eddie.
I'll get it. Well, hello, Rochester.
Hello, Mr. Cantor. Well, what do I do? Where do I do it? And how much do I do it for?
Same old Rochester. Rochester, why don't you take advantage of the new year and turn over a new leaf?
Oh, I made up some New Year's resolutions. First of all, I'm going to stop shooting crabs.
Wonderful, Rochester.
And I ain't going to tell a single lie.
That's fine.
Unless it's because I've been out shooting crabs.
Shame on you. Let me tell you something about telling the truth, Rochester. There was once a great American, George Washington.
George Washington? He lives next door to me.
No. Rochester, the George Washington I'm talking about was a president. The George Washington that lives next door to you must be a duplicate.
Duplicate? He's a carbon copy.
Well, Rochester, it's getting late, so here's $5. I want you to go to the drugstore, get 2 dozen Cokes, a couple of quarts of ice cream, and a carton of cigarettes.
Carton of what?
Cigarettes.
You may not know it, but you got your best joke right there.
Say, Harry, it looks like I'm going to have to give Rochester a hand in the kitchen. Can you do something to entertain the boys?
Oh, well, I do swell imitations. Here, listen to this. Al Jolson.
That's an imitation of Al Jolson?
He's got a cold. I have an imitation of a man getting up in the morning.
Yeah?
Listen to this one, Eddie.
Well, Harry, where's the imitation?
Don't you get it? The guy felt lousy after New Year's Eve, so he stays in bed.
That's ridiculous, Harry.
Well, you're right there, Eddie. Feeling bad and not wanting to get up in the morning is ridiculous. It's ridiculous when it's so easy to feel better.
Just what do you mean?
Well, you know, Eddie, one glass of sparkling sal hepatica can make a man feel a lot better when he wakes up in the morning, feeling out of sorts and headachy due to the need of a laxative. For sal hepatica taken then brings quick, gentle relief, usually within an hour. That means you don't have to risk feeling miserable all day waiting until night to take a laxative. You take sal hepatica the minute you need it. What's more, sal hepatica gives you another advantage.
This famous saline helps sweeten an upset stomach by helping to reduce excess gastric acidity.
So tonight or tomorrow, get a bottle of sal hepatica from your druggist. Remembering this caution, use only as directed. Then, whenever you need a laxative, morning, noon, or night, see how much faster you feel better, thanks to gentle, speedy sal hepatica.
Harry, it's wonderful the way you help people feel better. But you know another way for you to help people feel better?
What, Eddie?
No more of your imitation. Oh, remember that. Huh? Wait a minute. Is that for me?
Yeah.
Hello? Hello? Hello?
It's no use. You I'm not talking to.
Rusty, will you stop pouting? Why don't you come back? You can help Rochester in the kitchen.
Help Rochester? We couldn't work together because I wouldn't be able to understand a word he's saying.
Yeah, why not?
That man is speaking with a dialect.
What do you think you speak with?
I
say, what do you think you speak with?
A southern drawl.
Now, Russian, will you stop being stubborn and come back?
Cantor, we shall never be reconciled. Because of my southern drawl, I got a job on a different radio program.
A different program? What's the name of it?
We Are the People.
Russian! Oh, well, let him quit, Harry. Thank goodness Jack loaned us Rochester to help us.
Yeah, that was sure nice of Jack.
Well, why not? After all, Jack, Benny, and I grew up doing favors for each other. Why, when we were kids, Harry, if Jack had a date and didn't have enough money to take his girl out, he'd come to me.
And you'd lend him the money?
No, I'd take his girl out.
What you mean?
Oh, hello, Rochester. Did you get everything from the store?
Yes, sir. Here's the ice cream. Here's the Coca-Cola.
Yes?
And here's some cigarettes.
And Rochester, where's my change?
And here's the ice cream.
I know. My change, Rochester.
Here's the Coca-Cola.
Where is my change?
Oh, they didn't have none of that.
Rochester, I want you to answer one question. Where is my change?
There's a question I'd like to kick around a while with information, please.
Rochester, what I sent you for cost $4. Now, what happened to the other $1?
Well, it was an embarrassing situation. After all, Mr. Cantor, I couldn't let that stranger buy me a drink without me buying him a drink.
When did a stranger buy you a drink?
Right after I bought him a drink.
That is the most far-fetched thing I ever heard. Now, get busy in the kitchen while I go in and see how the gang is making out.
Hey, wait a minute.
Hi, fellas. I'm sorry I've been busy in the kitchen most of the night.
Hey, Cantor.
Yes, sailor.
Ain't you from New York?
Sure, I'm from New York. Where are you from?
Brooklyn.
Brooklyn, huh?
Yeah. Brooklyn.
Yeah?
New York is right near it.
And where are you from, soldier?
I'm from Pennsylvania.
I'm a Pennsylvanian, too.
Yeah?
I'm from the greatest state in the world, Texas.
Yeah, what about Michigan?
Hey, what about it?
Wait a minute, what's your home state, young fella?
Oklahoma, sir.
Yeah.
That's what Illinois.
How about Wisconsin?
Hey, Wisconsin's a good state.
Hey, wait a minute, fellas, wait a minute. I've got an idea. Let's make a game of this. I'd like to have you boys sing a song that has the name of your state in it. Don't worry about the music. Leonard Susan and his men will pick it up. Come on, you guys from Pennsylvania. What do you say?
Strike up the music, the band has begun. The Pennsylvania Podcast. Pick up your partner, and join in the fun. The Pennsylvania polka down by the Ohio. Just wait till I get back to Ohio. Back home again in Indiana, through the fields I used to roam. Oklahoma, Oklahoma, okay. I'm love hand-me-down. There'll be no jiggy-jiggy hanging round. And then I'll holler so the world will know. Here I go, I'm hand-me-down. And don't forget the stars at night are big and bright. Deep in the heart of Texas, the prairie sky is wide and high. Deep in the heart of Texas.
Hey, soldier, why aren't you singing?
I'm from Rhode Island. We got no song.
Wait a minute. We'll get you one. Oh, little Rhode Island, the smallest of the 48. You've got no prairie moon for which coyotes croon. But I still think that you're great. You're such a teensy-weensy, poor little Rhode Island. Let all the Texans yippee. You're still the best part of this land I dearly love. And I'll include Iowa. They've written songs about the South. They've written songs about the North. And I have heard them say there's nothing finer than Carolina in the morning. But how about the nice and cool little Rhode Island? Be careful if you're fancy free. In Providence one day she stole my heart away. I dream of her constantly. Let the sun shine bright on your old Kentucky home. Rhode Island's the place for me. And here's another chorus. Oh, little Rhode Island, be careful if you're fancy free. In Providence one day she stole my heart away. I dream of her constantly. California, here I go. Way back east where they got snow. Oh, little Rhode Island, that's the place for me. Rochester, everybody's gone. Party's over. It was a big success, thanks to you. Now, will you help me clean up?
I'm sorry, Mr. Cantor. I'd like to stay, but I got to go to a New Year's Eve party of my own.
Well, what time do you have to be there?
Don't make no difference. This one started last New Year's.
Oh, so that party's been going on since 1943. Tell me, Rochester, will the same gang still be there?
Just about. Of course, the draft board necessitated a few replacements.
That's very sad.
We got the hole slit in the window waiting for him to come back.
Rochester, I'll do anything in the world if you stay and help me with this mess. I'll even get down on my knees and beg you.
Mr. Cantor, if you get down on your knees, don't beg me, bathe me.
All right, if that's what you want, Rochester, I have some dice.
Go ahead, boss. Never thought I'd get a crack at a millionaire. Well, Mr. Cantor, that's $200,000.
$200,000?
Don't worry, Mr. Cantor, I'm good for it.
Oh, I'm sure you are, Rochester.
Good night, Mr. Cantor.
Good night, Rochester.
Before I go, Mr. Cantor, about them dice, are you sure they was on the level?
Why, certainly, Rochester. There was nothing phony about those dice.
Well, it's the first time I ever run up against a rug that was floated.
Happy New Year, Rochester!
stay with you as friend to friend. I'm sorry it's true. I'm telling you just how I feel. I hope you feel that way too. Be sure to listen in next week when we bring you a show full of surprises, including those famous Andrew sisters. Now for an important message. Ladies and gentlemen, there are convoys loaded with desperately needed war materials that are not sailing because the ships need experienced seamen. We must get those supplies to our fighting men. First mates, second mates, able-bodied seamen, and oilers are needed, and needed now. Wire collect, U.S. Merchant Marine, Washington, D.C. Get those convoys sailing so they can bring our men back faster. This is Eddie Cantor saying, good night, everybody. See you next week.
Say, Mother, if Junior is suffering from a cold, don't worry about it. Kids under 10 catch more colds than people in any other age group. But be sure and do something about it. Get a jar of Minute Rub and get after those cold symptoms. Rub Minute Rub on the back and chest, and it will help to soothe that cold discomfort. And Minute Rub's menthol vapors will help relieve that clogged feeling in nose and throat, too. What's more, Minute Rub is greaseless and stainless. It won't harm your clothes or linen. And Minute Rub is just as good for you as it is for your child. So why not get a jar of this modern chest rub? Minute Rub.
This is the National Broadcasting Company, KFI, Los Angeles.
Doctors prove the Palmolive plan brings 2 out of 3 women lovelier complexions in 14 days. For the Palmolive plan was tested on women with all types of skin. Dry, oily, even skin that was not clear. Yes, regardless of age, type of skin, or previous beauty care, 36 doctors proved the 14-day Palmolive plan brings fresher, brighter, younger-looking complexions. So get Palmolive soap and start your 14-day Palmolive plan now.
Ladies and gentlemen, Dennis Day.
Oh, that makes life seem worthwhile dwells in your eyes and the spell of your smile.
Dennis Day is brought to you by Colgate Dental Cream and Luster Cream Shampoo. Colgate Dental Cream to clean your breath while you clean your teeth. Luster Cream Shampoo for soft, glamorous dream girl hair. The Dennis Day Show with Barbara Eiler, B. Benaderet, Dink Trout, Charles Dant in the orchestra, and yours truly, Vern Smith, is written by Frank Galen and stars our popular young singer in A Day in the Life of Dennis Day. Here's Dennis to sing the Academy Award winner, Zippity-Doo-Dah.
Zippity-doo-dah, zippity-yay. My, oh my, what a wonderful day. Plenty of sunshine heading my way. Zippity-doo-dah, zippity-yay. Mr. Bluebird on my shoulder. It's the truth, it's actual. Everything is satisfactual. Zippity-doo-yay. Wonderful feeling, wonderful day. Oh, Mr. My shoulder. It's the truth, it's actual. Everything is satisfactual. Zippity-doo-dah, zippity-yay. Wonderful feeling. Oh,
Dental Cream cleans your breath while it cleans your teeth.
No other toothpaste does a better job of cleaning teeth than Colgate Dental Cream. For Colgate Dental Cream has a safe polishing agent that cleans your teeth both gently and thoroughly, brings out their natural sparkle and beauty. You can actually see and
tests prove that Colgate Dental Cream cleans your breath while it cleans your teeth. Yes, actual scientific tests prove conclusively that in 7 out of 10 cases, Colgate instantly stops unpleasing breath that originates in the mouth.
Colgate Dental Cream is famous for its wonderful wake-up flavor, too. Nationwide tests of leading toothpaste prove that Colgate's is preferred for flavor over every other brand tested. Yes, preferred over every other brand tested.
And no wonder, for Colgate Dental Cream is the result of constant effort to produce the finest toothpaste in the world today. For cleaning teeth, for flavor, for sweetening breath.
So see if you don't agree with the millions who have made Colgate Dental Cream America's favorite toothpaste. Try Colgate Dental Cream to bring out the natural sparkle and beauty of your teeth. For a wake-up flavor you'll thoroughly enjoy.
And always use Colgate Dental Cream after you eat and before every date to clean your breath while you clean your teeth. Well, since Willoughby's store closed down a month ago, our young hero, Dennis Day, has held several other jobs, but his latest has lasted by far the longest. He started on it yesterday, and the boss told him he could come back today. Of course, the fact that he's his own boss may have had something to do with it. You see, yesterday he invested his entire savings in a used car and became Weaverville's only taxicab company. The cab is now parked at the curb of the Anderson house, and Dennis, glowing with pardonable pride, is showing it to his girlfriend, Mildred.
Oh, boy, isn't she a beauty, Mildred? Isn't she a dream?
Yes, it's very nice, Dennis.
And for only $150. Of course, she doesn't have all the gadgets on her the 48s have.
No, I suppose not. What kind of a car is it?
1923 Essex.
But isn't that a little old, Dennis?
All the cars the man had for $150 were a little old. I took this one because it runs on gasoline.
Oh, I see. Well, I guess the people here will be grateful to have any kind of a taxi cab in town.
Oh, you never saw such gratitude in your life, Mildred. I've had 4 customers so far, and every one of them, when they got to their destinations, they got down on their hands and knees and kissed the ground.
Dennis, are you sure this car's really in good condition?
Oh, just wait till you take a drive in her. Smooth as any car on the market today. Except she rattles a bit when she goes over some obstacle in the road, like the white line.
She rattles when she goes over a white line?
Well, I think I loosened her up a little yesterday when I drove over the top of that tree.
The top of a tree?
Yeah, when I drove out of the used car lot, this tree was lying right across the driveway.
My goodness, Dennis, didn't you see it?
It wasn't there till I started driving out.
Golly, I just hope you don't have a terrible accident someday, Dennis.
Yeah, I hope...
Oh, here come the folks. Morning, Mother, Daddy.
Hello.
Good morning, children.
Oh, good morning.
Mother, look, this is Dennis's new taxi cab, see?
So that's what it is. Well, you better keep your eye on it. Today's the day they collect cans and bottles.
Gee, I think this is a beautiful car. Don't you, Mr. Anderson?
Do I, Poopsie?
You certainly don't.
Well, you heard me, Dennis.
Yes, sir.
Come along, Herbert.
Coming, my passionata.
Gee, I don't understand your mother's attitude toward me at all, Mildred. Everybody else thinks I'm wonderful, and I know in my heart they're right.
Oh. Well, don't you worry. She'll change her tune when you start making good money with your taxi cab.
And I will, too. You'll see. I've got a whole campaign mapped out to get a big tip from every one of my fares.
Well, have you really?
Sure. First, I make him as comfortable in the cab as possible. I point out the broken spring in the seat and show him how to sit so the worst he can get is a flesh wound.
Oh, my goodness.
And then as soon as we get going, I give him the crusher, my sob story.
Your sob story?
Sure. I describe a horrible life to him, pour it on until the tears come into his eyes and he pities me from the bottom of his heart. And then if that doesn't break him down, I tell him the story of my life.
Well, I just hope you make a fortune and show my mother, that's all.
Yeah, knocking my car just because it isn't a new one.
Yeah.
I wish I'd have thought of that before. I'd have said to her, you ought to have more respect for age. What if people said mean things to you just because you have... Second thought, maybe it's just as well I didn't.
station.
Oh, it's the only one in town, sir. Hop right in.
Oh, very well. I'm going to the Weaverville Hotel.
Okay. I guess I should have warned you about that, sir, when you slammed the door.
Well, fix it up and let's get going. I'm in a hurry.
Oh, yes, sir. I'll put it up front here with me. Okay, here we... Oh, you better sit a little further over toward the left-hand corner, sir.
The left-hand corner? Why?
Well, there's a loose spring in that seat, and all of a sudden... Boing! And you'll make the rest of the trip by air.
Good heavens.
Okay, here we go. There. Comfortable back there? There's a blanket and a hot water bottle on the floor. Now carry a flask of brandy in case we run into a change in the weather.
How far is that hotel from here, anyhow?
Oh, about 6 blocks.
Well, pass back the brandy. I think I'm going to need it.
Here we go. They licked that. Don't worry. I'll have her fixed in no time. Let's see now. What am I going to do? There. There we are. Okay, we're off.
What was the trouble?
I don't know for sure, but every time she stalls, I just take out a part or two, and that seems to do the...
Great Scott.
Well, we'll be at the hotel within a few minutes. Gee, I guess you'll be the last fare I'll be able to accept today. I have to go over to the hospital this afternoon.
The hospital?
Yeah. To see my poor old mother. They've operated on her 11 times.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear.
Yeah. We think there may be something wrong with her.
You think you've got trouble? My father was in a hospital for 8 years.
He was? Well, you don't know what else happened to us. My brother fell down a flight of stairs and broke both arms.
I lost both my brothers. The house burned down one night with them in it.
How about my sister's child? He has 2 heads.
My sister's child hasn't any. Slipped and fell one day on the trolley car track.
Well, there's my,
Yes?
This time you go first.
Never mind. Aren't we anywhere near that hotel yet?
Oh, it's just a block or so now, and then we'll be... Oh, my goodness. She never shook like this before.
No car ever shook like this before.
I think we got a flat.
A flat tire?
No, the bottom of the car is flat against the road.
What?
But I'm sure I can fix it in a second.
Never mind. I'll walk the rest of the way.
Oh, but Mr.
I was a fool ever to get into this thing in the first place. Of all the stupid clumsy...
Hey, mister, wait! Hey, mister! Forgot his briefcase, too. Papers all over the place. I better see if I can't get... Hey, what's this one say? Deed to all land comprising Weaverville County assigned to Martin Joyce by the United States Land Office, April 5th, 1849. Holy smoke, have I got a new landlord? The whole town? Oh, I better look into this. Gosh, Mr. Anderson, does it really mean that this man owns the whole town?
Well, I'd hesitate to say before we see a lawyer, Dennis, but this certainly looks like an official land grant from the United States government.
Yeah?
They did do things like this right after the Mexican War.
What Mexican War?
In 1848, don't you?
1826 was probably over by then.
Well, in any event, we've got to get busy right away. Now, the mayor must be warned immediately.
Yes, sir.
I'll dash over to the bank and make sure that this grant is legal. And meanwhile, you take your car and get down to the mayor's office. Now, drive as fast as you can. Remember, the whole town is at stake.
Oh, don't worry. I'll go even faster than that. I'll walk.
And now, before we go on with his story of a day in the life of Dennis Day, here's our young hero himself to sing Pianissimo.
The melody was played pianissimo. The harmony was so very sweet. I can't remember the name of that song, but I do remember dancing in your arms. And then a voice came through pianissimo with lovely words that seemed to repeat. I love you, darling, but all I recall are the words you whisper dancing in my arms. Pianissimo means soft and low, and soft and low were your sighs. Darling, now I know that tender glow was love shining in your eyes. We stole away, pianissimo, and kissed goodnight while stars danced above. I can't remember the name of that song, but I do recall it helped us fall in love. It helped us fall in love.
Well, our young hero, Dennis Day, found an old government indicates all too clearly that the town of Weaverville belongs not to its citizens, but to the heirs of a man named Martin Joyce. While Mr. Anderson is elsewhere checking the legality of the deed, Dennis has rushed into the mayor's office to inform him of the dire news.
Mister, I gotta see the mayor right away. It's terribly important.
I'm sorry, young man, but the mayor's leaving on a business trip in exactly an hour, and he can't see anyone.
But I gotta see him, I tell you. The owner of Weaverville is gonna take it over.
The owner of Weaverville?
Sure. His family got the place after the Mexican War. I found out about it when I happened to look in the back of the taxi I was driving.
You were driving in this condition?
Mister, I'm not drunk.
I know. I was just being charitable.
Look, the owner of this town is taking the whole thing over under a grant to his family. Please, you gotta believe me. I've dashed all the way through town to warn everyone. Do you want my name?
I know it. It's Paul Revere, isn't it?
No, it's Dennis Day. And I tell you, there's a paper that says this man owns the whole town unless we do something.
Oh? Very well. Let's see this paper.
I left it at the Andersons.
I thought so.
There is one.
You haven't got it.
Don't you understand?
You haven't got it.
That... Oh.
Well?
I haven't got it.
I thought not. And therefore, I repeat what I said a moment ago. The mayor is seeing no one today.
But you gotta...
No one.
Pardon me. I'd like to see the mayor, please.
Oh, yes, of course. Go right in.
Thank you.
Gee, I could have sworn that was someone.
It was. That gentleman, and you see, the mayor gets $2 for performing marriages.
Oh?
Do you know Mayor Oldsberg?
Yes.
Then you know he'll see them. Never too busy for a marriage or a funeral, our mayor.
Gosh, you mean that... Oh, boy, excuse me. I just had a sudden thought.
I do hope he treats it well. Poor little head.
Mildred, where are you? She's out, Dennis. She went downtown with Herbert.
Oh, my gosh. Look, Mrs. Anderson, I've done lots of little things for you, haven't I? Remember the time you asked me to paint the roof and I did?
Yes. You fell off the ladder and almost broke your neck.
Well, I can't do that. But now there's a little favor you can do for me.
What?
Will you marry me?
Marry you?
Yeah, you see...
Dennis, are you aware that I have a husband? which makes an already revolting idea absolutely vile.
I don't mean really getting married, Mrs. Anderson. Gee, I know marrying you sounds silly, like a scavenger hunt or something, but...
Dennis!
Oh, gosh, I'm saying it all wrong. But what I mean is, no one can get in to see the mayor unless they're getting married. So I thought we could go down there and pretend we were.
Well, it's about this deed to the town, isn't it? Herbert told me.
Yes, ma'am. We've got to save Weaverville, and I can't get past the mayor's secretary.
He won't see anyone unless they're getting married.
Well, I did hear of one other way, but I just don't feel up to it.
Well, beauty to save Weaverville. How about the blood test and everything?
Oh, they'll know at a glance that you have plenty. Come on, let's grab the deed and get right down there.
The deed? But Herbert's got it. He took it to the bank.
Oh, my gosh. The mayor won't believe us without it any more than his secretary did.
Well, Herbert should be back very soon.
But the mayor might leave town any minute. We'll have to leave a note telling Mr. Anderson to rush right down to the mayor's office with the deed. Meanwhile, you and I'll stall the mayor off and keep delaying the ceremony until Mr. Anderson arrives.
My goodness, do you think we can?
We'd better. If we don't, we're liable to get pronounced man and wife.
Good heavens. I think I'm going to be sick.
Oh, don't worry. It couldn't stand up in court. It isn't legal for a woman to be repoopsied. Now, remember, Mrs. Anderson, we got to put this over. Act kind of coy and fuss like a bride. Try to seem beaten and dejected like a bridegroom. Come on. Hello? We want to see the mayor and be married right away.
Very well. What? You again?
Yeah, this girl and I want to get married.
What girl? Oh, you mean this is the bride right here?
Yeah, there was nobody else home.
I don't understand that, and I congratulate myself for it. Are you quite sure you're serious about this marriage?
Oh, sure. I'll say we are. Aren't we, honey? We're madly in love with each other. We've been engaged for quite some time. And now we want to get married.
You know, I have a feeling you belong together. And now may I have your names, please?
Dennis Day and Clara Anderson. I'm Dennis Day.
I never would have guessed. Now then, your birthplace, please, Miss Anderson.
Chicago.
Your age?
39.
You too? What's the matter with Illinois? Don't they count the first 20 years?
Just put down 39 years.
Very well. Your age and birthplace, Mr. Day?
22 in a Chevrolet.
Chevrolet?
Yeah, Daddy picked a horrible time to run out of gas.
I see. And now one last question, which I simply dread asking. Has there ever been any insanity in either of your families?
No.
Thank you. There are times down here at the License Bureau when we just hold our breath. Now I'll tell the mayor you're here. Your Honor, there's a couple out here who want to get married.
Well, send them in and hurry. I haven't much time.
Go right in, folks. I'll follow and be the witness.
Dennis, what shall we do? There's still no sign of Herbert with that paper.
Well, just keep stalling. Anything we can think of. Good afternoon, Your Honor.
Oh, well, good day, my friend. I'm in a bit of a hurry, but I guess you won't mind that, eh? Now, then, if you two will stand right here. Oh, that's fine. We'll begin the ceremony. Dear friends, we are gathered...
Oh, wait a minute. I just happened to think. I forgot the ring.
Oh, that's all right, my boy. I have a whole drawer full right here for just such cases.
Oi.
Here you are. Now then, dear friends...
Oh, wait. I can't get married yet. I have no bouquet. A bride has to have a bouquet.
Yeah, she certainly does, my dear. And here's a whole vase full of flowers. Just help yourself.
Oi.
Now then, dear friends...
Stop the ceremony.
Now what's wrong?
I don't feel I'm ready yet. Let's have a man-to-man talk.
What? Why, this is getting ridiculous. I told you I was in a hurry. Do you want to get married or don't you?
Oh, yes, sir.
Well, all right. Then repeat after me. I, Dennis, take Clara.
I beg your pardon?
I said I, Dennis, take Clara.
If you take her, what do I get?
I don't take her, you take her.
Okay, I'll take her.
Wait till I ask you.
You're the one that's in such a hurry.
Please. Now, will you, Dennis, have this woman?
He tells me I'm delaying things.
To be your lawfully wedded wife. To live together.
Some nerve.
In a state of wedded nerve. Will you, Dennis, have this state to... will you state have this woman, Dennis?
I'll tell you what. You stand here and I'll read it.
You do nothing of the kind. Oh, I've had enough of this. Now get out of here, the two of you.
But, Your Honor...
Get out. I'm not here to...
Good afternoon, everybody.
Gee, just like the United States Marines.
I'm glad I'm in time. Your Honor, I want you to look at this paper this young man found in his tax.
I don't want to look at anything that this... Why, great Scott. Why, this is the Joyce deed. We've been looking high and low for this. Now we can send someone to Washington to get it set aside.
Gosh, you knew about it?
Why, of course we knew about it. My boy, you've saved this town. You're a hero. Why, how can we ever repay you?
Well, you might try money.
Try money? Oh, we'll do better than that. We'll send you to Washington to fight this thing. Would you like to go?
Oh, you bet. I've got a cousin up there in Seattle.
Oh. This is Washington, D.C.
Oh, that place.
Now, listen. This has got to be kept very secret.
Uh-huh.
Joyce wants that paper back. And if he sees you getting on a train, he'll know... Wait a minute, I've got it.
Huh?
We'll send someone with you, and the two of you can pretend to be a honeymoon couple.
But gosh, who can we get?
Don't look at me. I've gone as far as I'm going.
We can't let anyone else in on the secret.
Well, how about Mildred? She knows already.
Absolutely not.
But gosh, there isn't anyone else who knows except...
Hello, honey bunch.
Hello, love bundle. Ladies and gentlemen, next week my entire cast and I will be broadcasting directly from Constitution Hall in Washington, D.C., where we've been asked to officially open the American Cancer Society's 1948 drive. I'll be back in just a minute to sing Schubert's Ave Maria, but first...
Grand news, wonderful news. Now Luster Cream Shampoo comes in tubes as well as jars. Yes, Luster Cream, the utterly new cream shampoo that gives you soft, glamorous dream girl hair. Try Luster Cream Shampoo. 4-ounce jar, $1. Smaller sizes, tubes or jars, whichever you prefer, 49 and 25 cents. But whether you prefer the tube or the jar, you will prefer Luster Cream Shampoo. Be a dream girl. A lovely Luster Cream girl.
Dream girl, beautiful Luster Cream girl. Hair that gleams and glistens from a Luster Cream shampoo. Dream girl, beautiful Luster Cream girl. You owe your crowning glory to a Luster Cream shampoo.
As the Lenten season draws to a close, here's Dennis with Charles Dant and the orchestra to sing Schubert's Ave Maria, sung as only Dennis Day can sing it.
Ave Maria, gratia plena, Maria, gratia plena,
Next week, tune into another Dennis Day Show, broadcast from Constitution Hall in Washington, D.C., brought to you by Colgate Dental Cream and Luster Cream Shampoo. Vern Smith speaking. Good night.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
The Joseph Schlitz Brewing Company of Milwaukee, Wisconsin presents The Halls of Ivy, starring Mr. and Mrs. Ronald Coleman.
I was curious. I tasted it. Now I know why Schlitz is the beer that made Milwaukee famous.
If you like good beer, you'll find it pays to be curious and learn about Schlitz for yourself. Now, the Halls of Ivy.
That surround us here today, and we will not forget though we
Welcome again to Ivy. Ivy College, that is, in the town of Ivy, USA. Music, as we all know, has always played a large part in college life, and most college presidents enjoy it in all its forms, from the student's fifth and proof song through Beethoven's ninth, right up to that most musical of all sounds, the rustle of a big fat endowment check. Dr. William Todd Hunter Hall, the president of Ivy, bows to no one when it comes to music appreciation. In fact, he's even an accomplished performer, something his wife, the former Victoria Cromwell of the English stage, never knew until this evening. At the moment, both are seated on the porch of their home, and Mrs. Hall says,
That instrument is known as a what?
It's known as a recorder.
No, the other name you said.
Well, it's known as a recorder or fiddle flute.
Sorry, it sounds just as though you were saying fiddle flute.
I am saying fiddle flute. Fiddle flute.
Why on earth is it called that?
Obviously because it happens to be a flute equipped with a fiddle.
Oh.
I don't know what there is to laugh at. A fiddle is merely a plug or stopper in the upper end of it. It's a very ancient and honorable instrument, and possessed of a really lovely tone. Would you like to hear it?
Very much.
All right, here goes. You must remember I haven't played in years.
Well, darling, since birth I have been accustomed only to the finest in fiddle flute playing. But I shall lower my exacting standards for this occasion.
Good. It has a really lovely tone. Now listen. I wasn't even sure I still had it, but luckily I remembered that large trunk in the attic, and there it was, wrapped
Toddy, proceed to fiddle.
Well, you see it. You don't think it has a really lovely tone. Well, that must be Professor Quincannon now.
Well, don't go in. Penny'll answer it. Did he say you'll be summoned by telephone?
I don't remember. You know, when he told me I was being considered for membership in this club, I was really bowled over. Oh, has it rung off?
No, Penny's answered it. What's it all about, anyway?
Well, it was quite unexpected. Quincannon simply fell in with me as I was walking home the other evening and said he and a few other faculty members were starting this club. The Ivy Once-a-Week Chamber Music and Knockwurst Society. I gather we are to meet once a week, play chamber music, and eat knockwurst.
Yes, the name is subtly suggestive of that.
Yes. Well, he said they wanted about a dozen good men. He and the other moving spirits would vote on them all, of course, and asked me if I played any musical instrument. I said yes, the fiddle flute. And he laughed and said he'd be seeing me. Oh, Penny.
Yes, sir?
What did he say?
Say, sir?
Yes, the telephone, just now.
Oh, he said, listen, baby, don't ask questions. Just come down here with bail money. Professor Quincannon said that?
No, Mum, it was the wrong number. Thank you, Penny.
Quite all right, sir. Any time at all.
I'm almost certain, he said, the first meeting would start precisely at 8. Well, of course, he may merely stroll over to fetch me, his house being right across the street.
Perhaps you misunderstood the date. It may not be tonight.
Oh, well, perhaps it isn't.
Why don't you play something? Go ahead, fiddle away.
Very well. Here we go, then. It has a really lovely tone. Now, listen. But the meeting is tonight. Look over there. Professors Warren, Wilder, and Lazar, all carrying instruments. Now, you see, they're turning into quincannons. Good. That means we'll have great fun. They're very convivial fellows. And here comes Quincannon to fetch me. Now, don't wait up, darling. I can't say when I'll be back. You never know how these things are going.
It's not time for you to leave.
Well, I mustn't keep Quincannon waiting.
He's gone back in the house. He just went into the yard to pick up his evening paper.
Oh.
It's not 8 o'clock yet. Sit down. And while we're waiting, let me hear you play. It seems to me I've heard a rumor that the fiddle flute has a really lovely tone.
Oh, yes, it has indeed. Now, you just listen. I can't tell you, Victoria, how much I'm looking forward to this evening.
If you're that crazy about Knockwurst, Penny will go.
No, it's not that. It's just that although I know I have the respect of the faculty, and I think they like me, I'm often afraid that because of my position here, there's inclined to be very little give and take on a human basis. But the mere fact that Quincannon and the others may regard me warmly enough to invite me to join is something that makes me feel almost like, like one of the boys. I'd begun to suspect I was... I forget the Latin term, but it means a wet smack. Look, Vicky, look. Here come some other club members. There's Shaw, Butler, Cassidy, and Rubin. Oh, look at that lovely case of beer they're carrying. This is going to be a rollicking evening, I know it. Why, those are the liveliest sparks on the campus.
What the heck do we care?
They're really enjoying themselves, aren't they? What the devil's delaying Quincannon? Are you positive he didn't telephone?
Quite positive. Don't fret, Toddy. Quincannon's the host. He's probably too busy at the moment.
Yes, that must be it, of course. You know, it takes only a moment to telephone.
Well, they may fetch you by some sort of ceremony that has nothing to do with telephones. Or, if it has, the telephone may be out of order. Ours is always getting out of whack, you know.
Well, not in the last 4 years.
Well, there you are, then. Is it as long ago as that? But at any rate, I'm sure there's a valid reason for the delay.
Yes, the telephone could be out of order.
It often happens.
Yes, a short circuit, for example.
Of course, or even just a bit of that rubber stuff coming off and exposing the wire.
Look. There go Weaver and Hudson. I didn't know Weaver played the tuba. He's very clever.
He must be to keep a tuba secret.
Uh-oh. Here comes Quincannon now. No, he's only turned off the porch light.
The gangs are here.
And gone in again. I suppose he's not expecting anyone else.
We doesn't mean that at all, Toddy. Professor Quincannon is very economical, even frugal man.
Well, you really think that's why
Of course.
It isn't 8 o'clock yet either, is it?
Nowhere near it. 2 minutes of.
You don't, suppose I've been blackballed, do you?
Oh, why on earth would you be?
Well, they might not think I measure up to chamber music and Knockwurst. Here comes Grogan. Vicky, do you suppose that's how I am to be informed by the campus policeman?
Maybe.
Mr. Grogan.
Oh, that you on the porch, Dr. Hall?
Yes. You don't by any chance bear a message from Professor Quincannon, do you?
I do indeed, sir.
Now, don't wait up for me, Vicky, darling.
Good evening, sir, and to you, ma'am.
Good evening, Mr. Grogan.
Well, it looks like a great evening shaping up across the way, doesn't
it? It really does.
Mm-hmm. But no expense was spared, as the saying goes. You know what I've been doing the past hour? Delivering messages for Professor Quincannon all over Faculty Row. special hand-printed messages.
Oh, I was wondering why he didn't telephone.
No, he's not a man to do things by half. It's a most special occasion, he says to me. It is, I says to him. It is, indeed, says he to me.
You came just in time. It's 8 o'clock.
It is, indeed. That clock on the chapel hasn't been a minute off in 31 years. Oh, I could tell you a story about that clock. In 1919...
You said you were carrying messages for Professor Quincannon.
I am, sir. He asked me especially not to forget to deliver it to you. Mind you, don't forget, he says to me. It's most important. It is, says I to him. It is indeed, says he to me.
I'm sure we'd be very grateful if you'd tell us what it is.
Yes, ma'am. Could you spare some mustard for the knockwurst?
Yes. Certainly, I'm on my way over, and I... what was that?
Professor Quincannon said he could use some mustard for the knockwurst if you had any to spare. The stores are all closed, says he to me. Are they, says I to him?
Yes, was that the only message?
Why, no, ma'am. No, it's not. I was asked for a loaf of bread, too. Asked you, that is. I'm short of bread, he says to me. Are you, says I?
Well, if you just go to the side entrance, Mr. Groban, I'm sure Penny will oblige you.
Oh, well, thank you, ma'am, and good evening. Good evening, sir.
Oh, yes. Good evening. Well, I suppose I won't be needing this anymore.
What is it?
It's a sour pickle. I thought it might add to the fun. You know, if I suddenly began munching it in front of the brass section, the mouths would have puckered up, you see. And they'd have fluffed notes. And
May I tell you something, Toddy? Dear Toddy, I think you're well out of it. In the first place, Knockwurst never did agree with you.
I was only going to pretend to eat some, just for the sake of form, you know.
Friendship means a great deal to you, doesn't it?
Yes, it does indeed, my darling. Our own little friendships may seem unimportant, but if everyone cultivates his own and seeks new ones, the spread of goodwill, like ripples on a pond, may extend beyond the limits of our vision, and go far toward averting the dissolution of my world and yours in a blast of hate.
No, I do agree with you, Toddy.
Living as we are today in the shadow of a man-made cloud, shaped like a poisonous toadstool, it behooves us as individuals to see that friendship doesn't become the sole concern of wall motto publishers and sofa cushion embroiderers. And if I sound more like Gabriel with a trumpet than Bill Hall with a fiddle flute, I'm sorry.
I never did get a chance to hear it.
What, the trumpet? Oh, the fiddle flute. Yes, of course I'll play something then. It has a really lovely tone. Now just listen. What would you like to hear?
I was curious. I tasted it. Now I know why Schlitz is the beer that made Milwaukee famous. We'll return to the Halls of Ivy, starring Mr. and Mrs. Ronald Coleman, in just a moment. But first, let's hear what happened at Shirley's house when a young suitor won her father's hand in friendship.
The first time I called on Shirley, we were obliged to share the living room with her father. He was there when I arrived and there when I left, permanent as a cornerstone and almost as talkative. Cut off from the rest of the household by the evening paper, Shirley's father devoted himself to the news and to a bottle of Schlitz beer that stood on the table beside him. His approval of Schlitz seemed obvious. Never having tasted Schlitz myself, I was tempted to ask him if it lived up to its reputation. But, frankly, I didn't have the nerve, so I kept my curiosity to myself that first evening. But the next time I called, Shirley came to the rescue by offering me a bottle of Schlitz. And one taste, just one, was all it took to make me say, "Brother, this is what I call beer." No sooner were the words spoken when down came Shirley's father's newspaper, and there we were, face to face. He fixed me with a sharp eye and said, "Well, young man, I see you share my taste in beer. It seems we have something in common." Well, that broke the ice. Now, Shirley's father and I almost always spend part of my visits talking together over bottles of Schlitz. Shirley says she isn't quite sure she likes the new arrangement. I say, no wonder they call Schlitz the beer that made Milwaukee famous.
return to the halls of Ivy, we find a saddened Dr. Hall sitting on the front porch of their home with Mrs. Hall, listening to the faint sounds of festivity emanating from Professor Quincannon's house across the street. Mrs. Hall says,
Let it out, Toddy. You've been sitting there stewing for ages. Let it out. Chew up the scenery. Ham it up.
Well, I was thinking about Quincannon. If next time we meet there should be any embarrassment, he might think it rather childish of me. On the other hand, if I lean over backwards to show I'm not offended, he's apt to think I'm trying to cozy up to him in order to get into the club.
Poor Toddy. You're on the horns of a dilemma, aren't you?
I am. You'd think, wouldn't you, with all the great scientific advances of the last few centuries, someone would have developed a hornless dilemma by now. If it were a hornless dilemma, I could make short shrift of it.
Really? What is a short shrift?
It's an old family recipe. Grandma Hall's short shrift was famous for miles around. She was just about to make a fortune with it when suddenly the fashion changed, and everyone began to demand long shrift. Then, one day how much longer are they going to make that awful racket over there? Don't they realize it's time people were in bed?
Well, it's only 9:30.
Oh, well, some people might be going to bed. Anyway, it's unbecoming when supposedly mature men, responsible members of the faculty, behave like a lot of schoolboys. They've done nothing but make noise and laugh all night. Something ought to be done about it.
I agree. Something certainly ought.
A good mind to phone Grogan and tell him to go over there and break it up.
I was thinking of another line of action.
What? Phone the town police?
No. I was thinking you ought to go over there, fiddle flute in hand, tell them it sounds as though they were having a grand time, and ask very honestly and directly if you might join them.
Oh, my dear, I couldn't. I wouldn't. I haven't been elected. Don't you understand? They might not want me.
But they would if they knew you wanted them.
Oh. I don't want them. Sitting up all night, playing interminable choruses of McNamara's band. Well, that's not my idea of a good time. I infinitely prefer a quiet walk or a good book.
You've attracted Professor Heathcliff's attention.
Heathcliff? Well, don't tell me that blister is a member of Quincannon's club.
He kisses you. He's coming up the walk.
That you up there, Skipper?
Yes, to my sorrow.
And how are you tonight, fair lady?
Quite well, thank you. It's a lovely night. If you were out enjoying it, please don't let us keep you.
Oh, not at all, not at all. I was merely strolling past to see if Professor Quincannon actually was indulging in an infantile exhibition as I'd heard that he intended.
Had he asked you to join?
No. I was eligible, of course. I play the glockenspiel, you know.
Why, I didn't know.
Oh, good heavens, yes, Skipper. I played the glockenspiel for 30 years.
You must be tired by now.
I beg your pardon, fair lady?
I said I've always admired the glockenspiel.
Yes. As I say, I was eligible, but I let him know so definitely by my manner that I was not the sort to be interested in juvenile horseplay that he never even asked me. What a hideous sound they were making. Don't they realize it's time people were going to bed?
It's only 9:30.
Well, some people might be going to bed. I'm highly gratified to see you're not over there, Skipper. You're the same sort of person I am.
Oh, I am? Am I?
Oh, yes, indeed. More the cerebral type. For us, the quiet walk, the good book, the solitary meditation.
The star grape.
You spoke, fair lady?
I said, I think I'll traipse along upstairs. It's getting a bit chilly.
Oh, well, then I'll be moving along. Good night, fair lady. Good night, Skipper. I hope you can sleep with all that fun, that noise going on.
Good night. Did I sound like that a few minutes ago?
Yes. Have you changed your mind about going over there?
Well, I won't try to pretend I don't want to. I've always detested make-believe. Haven't you?
Oh, darling. You're asking someone who was once an actress. And you haven't always detested it. I can remember at least one instance when you enjoyed it immensely. At least you seemed to.
When was that?
Backstage one night in London, shortly after we met.
Of course. I remember in your dressing room. I happened to mention that I'd never been behind the footlights. And you took me onto the stage. I stumbled over a prop on the way, I remember.
It was a bench from the garden scene.
Yes. And then you turned on the moon. That was an inspiration. We even had music. But there was a street musician playing somewhere outside. I can still remember the tune. It went like this.
Fancy you're remembering that. I'd forgotten we ever heard it that night in the theater. It came through so faintly. Well, how do you like it from this side of the footlights?
It's awfully big, isn't it? Listen to the echoes. Far more mysterious and romantic than from the audience side. Think of all the fun and the fine words, the music and the beauty that have been carried across those footlights. And the hard work and the heartache that doesn't get across. Full of ghosts. Listen to the echoes. Heavens, Vicky, what power, what opportunity is given to the people of the stage.
You must have a touch of the actor in you.
Oh, I have. In the privacy of my room, I've often played most of the roles created by Mr. Shakespeare. If I say so myself, my Hamlet leaves nothing more to be done in that direction. And my Romeo is good for a dozen curtain calls at every performance. What's in a name? That which we call a rose by any other name would smell as sweet.
So Romeo would. Were he not Romeo called?
Yes, Mr. Shakespeare didn't know his semantics. Might have made a great difference to Juliet if his name were, say, Hezekiah.
Romeo doth thy name, and for that name which is no part of thee, take all myself.
I take thee at thy word. Call me but love, and I'll be new baptized. Henceforth I never will be Romeo.
I think he embraces Juliet then.
Oh, no. She's up on the balcony, and he's in the orchard below. At least that's the way Shakespeare wrote it.
Well, there's such a thing as taking stage directions too literally, don't you think? Such a love scene really calls for something better than bellowing at each other from a distance.
Yes, I think you're right. Romeo should be up on the balcony by that time, with one arm around her.
Not both?
No, he holds onto the railing with the other. Something like this.
Yes. It works out rather well, doesn't it?
With love's light wings did I o'erperch these walls. For stony limits cannot hold love out, and what love can do, that dares love attempt. What love can do, that dares love attempt. Victoria.
Yes?
May I ask you something?
Yes.
Do you think Bacon really wrote Shakespeare's plays?
Does that really concern you right now?
No, that was shyness speaking, not I. Victoria, Listen to the song that man in the street is playing.
Oh, yes. It's the old apple song.
Yes. Straight from the hedgerows in the heart of England. I once heard the words, but I've forgotten them.
Oh, you remember. I'll give my love an apple without any core. I'll give her a house without any door. I'll give her a palace wherein she may be, and she may unlock it without any key.
Yes, it comes back to me. Now, I remember the ending. My heart is the palace wherein she may be, and she may unlock it without any key.
I didn't know you could play.
Well, what makes you think I'm playing? I'm quite sincere.
Toddy, it's Professor Quintanar.
Well, it makes no difference. He has no right to impugn my motives. I've never philandered and...
Professor
what?
Quintanar,
Who? What? Who? Quintanar.
William, where have you been?
Over to London, kissing the Queen.
Why, you could have knocked me down with a feather. I stepped out for a breather, heard music from over here, and... Why on earth didn't you tell me you could play a musical instrument when I asked you?
I did tell you. I distinctly said I could play the fiddle flute.
Yes, I heard you, but naturally I thought you were pulling my leg. I mean, after all, a fiddle flute.
It's a very ancient and honorable instrument, and possessed of a really lovely tone.
Well, look here. Wouldn't you like to come over to my house, I mean?
To your house?
Yes, you remember. The Ivy Chamber Music and Knockwurst Society.
Oh, that. Is that tonight? Vicky, do you hear?
Yes,
Don't you remember my telling you?
I'd quite forgotten.
Oh, come over now. We'd be delighted to have you join.
Would you really? Oh, I don't know. I really hadn't thought about it, and it's rather late.
Of course, Dr. Hall is more the cerebral type, Professor. You know, the quiet walk, the good book, the solitary meditation.
Victoria, please, let me. I'll handle this.
Like Professor Heathcliff, the well-known glockenspiel enthusiast.
Well, I'm sorry, Doctor. I just thought...
No. I accept your invitation gladly. Let's go.
Good. Come on.
Any Knockwurst left? Victoria, don't wait up for me, my dear, will you? Where's that pickle? Never mind, I have it. Will I need a hat? No, I guess it's just across the street. Come on, Quincannon. Good night, darling.
Good night. Have a lovely time.
Good night, Mrs. Hall.
Good night.
Why on earth is it called a fiddle flute?
Because it's crippled with a fit. I mean, it's a flute with a quipplement.
Well, you've clarified the matter with an obscurity. What is a fiddle?
A small plug in the upper end.
Oh. I thought perhaps Fiddle was the name of its inventor.
By an odd coincidence, his name was Fiddle. Johann Sebastian Fiddle.
Small man with two heads?
Three heads. Oh. He billed himself as the Fiddle Trio. Available for parties, weddings, and fish fries. No boozer, no chaser, have own tuxedo, will travel.
One night stand?
Only in the Arctic Circle, 6 months engagement.
Evidently not afraid of critical harpoons.
His skin was thick enough to withstand them.
I suppose, like the saxophone, the fiddle flute has been called an ill woodwind that nobody blows good.
The fiddle flute is an intellectual instrument. It does not depend on sax appeal.
For Pete's sake, how long can you keep this up?
Until the memory of man runneth not to the contrary, and the Knockwurst has departed.
Good. I think we'll have a great evening. Here we are.
What the heck do we...
Ready, Doctor?
Raise the curtain, Professor, and give me a chord in G.
In we go.
Here, what the heck do we care now?
I was curious. I tasted it. Now I know why Schlitz is the beer that made Milwaukee famous.
And here again are Mr. and Mrs. Ronald Coleman.
William, you worry too much. Take things much too seriously.
It's possible, Vicky. Quite possible.
For example, now take this evening. All those faculty members are very fond of you. But how could they possibly know you weren't pulling their legs when you said you played a fiddle flute?
Yes, there's that, of course. And I did have a wonderful time at Quincannon. Yes, maybe you're right. But I'm afraid I can't finish out my term as president of Ivy College, romping through the weeks with gay shrieks of carefree laughter and witticisms for one and all. It's a matter of record, I believe, that those college presidents who have been more staid have.
Have what?
Stayed.
I see. Good night.
Good night, everyone.
We'll be seeing you next week at this time at the Halls of Ivy, starring Mr. and Mrs. Ronald Coleman. The other players were Gloria Gordon, Alan Reed, Cliff Arquette, and Frank Martin. Tonight's script was written by Walter Brown Newman and Don Quinn. Our music was composed and conducted by Henry Russell. The Halls of Ivy was created by Don Quinn, directed by Nat Wolf, and presented by the Joseph Fritz Brewing Company of Milwaukee, Wisconsin.
Your tune for the stars on NBC.
Hollywood, Colgate Tooth Powder presents The Mel Blanc Show, written by Mac Benoff, with Mary Jane Croft, Joe Kearns, Hans Conried, Earl Ross, Jill Walker, Victor Miller and his orchestra, and starring the creator of the voice of Bugs Bunny.
What's up, Doc?
Yes, Colgate Tooth Powder for a breath that's sweet and teeth that sparkle brings you The Mel Blanc Show, with Mel playing his new character, Zookie.
Hello, everybody. Hi.
And starring himself in person, Mel Blanc.
Hi, folks. Ugga, ugga, boo, ugga, boo, boo, ugga.
Colgate Tooth Powder, sweet smile and just fine. Use it each morning and use it each night.
It cleans your teeth, makes breath so sweet.
Use Colgate Tooth Powder.
Want teeth that sparkle and dazzle, a breath that's fresh and sweet? Then try Colgate Tooth Powder. For the new all-purpose Colgate Tooth Powder cleans your teeth and sweetens your breath. Yes, this new all-purpose tooth powder produces an amazingly rich, active foam that's marvelously effective. Every time you brush your teeth with this new all-purpose Colgate Tooth Powder, your whole mouth feels clean, sweet, fresh. Your teeth regain their natural sparkle. It's been proved in 7 cases out of 10 that Colgate Tooth Powder instantly stops unpleasing breath that originates in the mouth. And as for cleaning, you can depend on Colgate Tooth Powder revealing the natural brilliance of your teeth. Yes, Colgate Tooth Powder, the new all-purpose tooth powder, does everything you can expect or ask of a dentifrice. Try Colgate Tooth Powder today for teeth that sparkle and a breath that's sweet.
Use Colgate Tooth Powder.
In Mel Blanc's little town, the custom is that after the picture show, the younger set gathers in Blum's candy shop and talks about the picture. In one booth, we hear Ann White saying to her boyfriend,
Oh, Jerry, did you notice anything different about the movies tonight?
Yeah, during one scene, Betty Davis didn't cry.
And in another booth, Susan Adams is saying to her boyfriend,
Henry, did you notice anything different about the movies tonight?
Yeah. Nobody got psychoanalyzed.
And in another booth where Mel Blanc and his girlfriend Betty Colby are sitting, Betty is saying,
Oh, Mel, did you notice anything different about the movies tonight?
Yeah. I paid for the tickets.
Actually, Betty was looking for an opening to bring up the matter of a June wedding. She soon found one, and like all women, brought it up in this subtle fashion.
Gosh, Mel, we've been going together for 5 years. When are you going to pop the question?
Oh, Betty, you know your father. If I pop the question, your pop will pop me. Besides, we can't afford to get married.
Now, don't you want to have a home of your own and children of your own? Now, what's wrong?
Well, I can go to the FHA for a home loan, but where can I go to borrow the kids? Oh, Betty, it's useless. Your father will never consent to our marriage. He slammed the screen door on me so many times, my face looks like a waffle baker.
Well, I want you to ask him anyway.
Oh, you know what he'll do? He'll just kick me out of the house. The last time he did, it cost me 10 cents.
How come?
Well, he was wearing his spiked golf shoes, and he punched a hole in my trolley car transfer. It's no use, Betty.
But, Mel, you make no attempt to get on the right side of Father. Why don't you do just one thing that he'd like?
Nothing doing, Betty. I'm too young to die. Besides, I've always tried to help him out in his supermarket. Whose idea was it to put black lace panties on the lamb chops to attract the men customers? And I gave him the idea he ever had.
What was that?
Painting his thumb red so it wouldn't be noticed with a hamburger on the meat scale.
Well, Mel, this is a very good time to ask Father. He's in his best mood today. Someone's coming to buy a supermarket at a big profit for Father.
Well, I'm afraid.
Oh, Mel Blanc, where's your get up and go?
It laid down and died. But, Betty, I'll do it for you. I'll go see your father at the supermarket right away. Hello, Mr. Colby. Mr. Colby,
Mel Blanc, you idiot. You practically ruined my supermarket. What did you do to this cash register I gave you to repair?
Oh, gosh, Mr. Colby, I was fixing the slot machine at the same time. I may have gotten the parts mixed up.
A slot machine? No wonder every time a woman brings 3 plums to the counter, the cash register pays her 8 nickels.
Well, don't worry, Mr. Colby. The odds are still against the customer.
Huh? Well, Blank, there's no excuse for being an idiot.
That's fine, Mr. Colby. Then you don't have to make any apologies. Mr. Colby, I came down to ask you if I could marry Betty. And if you let us get married, we'll name the first child after you. Well, that's a nice name for a kid. Blank. Junior.
Why bother about you? I've got bigger troubles right now.
What's the matter, Mr. Colby?
Well, I'm supposed to sell my supermarket to the owner of a big grocery chain. And I thought I'd have it repainted to make it look more attractive. But the painter's cost is outrageous. He wants to charge me an arm and a leg.
Gee, the president asked everyone to cut prices. He ought to just charge you a leg.
Well, it's plenty depressing. Seems I've had nothing but trouble lately. Sometimes I think that I haven't got a friend left in the world. But if I die, nobody'd put flowers on my grave.
Don't say that, Mr. Colby. I'd be glad to put flowers on your grave. I didn't mean it that way. Say, I've got an idea. I'll paint your supermarket.
What?
I'll start right away, and I'll do a good job. Didn't I paint your car last year?
Yes, and I remember the job you did. You painted it all yellow. Everyone thought it was a taxi cab. Oh, so humiliating.
How much did you make?
About $95. Never mind!
Mr. Colby, I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll paint your supermarket for nothing.
Why, you jack of all trades. Well, my boy, you can do it for nothing.
Mr. Colby, it's as good as done. I'll get my assistant, Zuki, and as soon as you close up the supermarket for the day, we'll start painting.
Gee, Mel sent me over here to start painting the supermarket, but I don't know anything about painting. This bucket is too thick. I'll stir the lead. I'll put the I'll add the turpentine. I can't get the lead out of my paint.
Hello there, Suki. I just stopped by to see how things were going.
Well, thanks, Mr.
B.
Thanks, Mr. B.
Well, let's see what you've done. Suki, what are you doing to my supermarket?
Oh, I'm painting it, Mr.
What kind of blue did you use?
It's a California California smog.
Why, I never saw anything so atrocious in my life. What kind of color combination is that on the ceiling?
Well, it's green, red, and black. It's yellow, black, and it's purple, orange, and Don't ask me. I'm colorblind.
When I get hold of Mel, I'll break every bone in his body. Meanwhile, get that brush and cover the blue. Use amber. Oh, not that amber. Oh, dear, this is terrible. Give me that phone, Zuki. I'll call that Mel and really tell him what I think of.
Hello, Mel Blanc's Fix-It Shop. You bend it, we mend it.
Mel Blanc, you idiot. You sent Zuki down here and he's ruined the place.
Oh, Mr. Colby, the paint job can't be that bad.
It can't. You know the bird's eye food I sell?
Yeah?
Well, the birds just closed their eyes. I told Zuki I wanted one of the walls plastered.
Well, what'd he do?
He poured 2 quarts of Kentucky Tavern over it.
Well, Mr. Colby, I'll be right down to fix it.
You come down here and I'll break you in 2.
Okay, then both of us will be down. Goodbye. Gosh, I better get down there.
Hello, Mel, old boy.
Well, hello, Hartley. Gosh, is it drizzling out again?
No, Mel, it's merely thousands of women drooling because they've just seen great, big, adorable me. In fact, Mel, old boy, I'm such a darling chap, I could put out the lights and sit on my lap.
Look, Hartley, I've got to be going, but I can't take this. You must think you're the most beautiful man in the world.
Mel, you've heard the saying, beauty is only skin deep?
Yeah?
Well, I'm the only man in the world made entirely out of skin.
Hartley, what makes makes you think you're so wonderful?
Mel, old boy, that's what I'm told. In a recent survey, it was definitely proved that although doctors preferred camels, the nurses preferred me. In fact, at the nurses' college, I was voted the man most likely to be fluoroscoped.
Hartley, how can you make up such wild stories?
Make them up. Well, last week the fashion editor of the magazine Debutante came to me and said, "Who is the most beautiful, most ravishing creature in the world? I want that glamorous person to pose for an ad."
What'd you do?
What could I do? I posed. And when the editor looked at me, he just stood there and said, quote, unquote.
But he didn't say anything.
Naturally, Mel, I'm too beautiful for words. Wait until you see me in my next ad. I'm posing in a Van Heusen shirt.
I can see why, Hartley. From the front you look like a Heusen, and from the back you look like a van.
Oh, Mel, you befuddle me. In fact, I'm so I could fuddle. So it gives me great pleasure to tell you that because of the way you messed up that painting job in Mr. Colby's supermarket, Betty is giving you the brush. When the girls heard this, they cried, but I'm going to be my own June bride. So long, Mel. I sing me.
Gosh, not only am I in trouble with Mr. Colby, but now Betty is mad at me. Well, I'm going right down to Colby's supermarket and face him. Well, go ahead, Blank. Are you a scared rabbit? Who, me?
Me. What's up, Doc?
Use Colgate tooth powder, keep smiling just right. Use it each morning and use it each night.
It cleans your teeth, makes breath so sweet.
Use Colgate tooth powder.
Dazzling teeth and a breath that's sweet. Isn't that what you want? What everyone wants? Good. Try Colgate tooth powder, the all-purpose tooth powder. Its lively, rich foam bubbles around your mouth, leaves your breath so fresh and sweet. In 7 cases out of 10, it's been proved that Colgate tooth powder instantly stops unpleasing breath that originates in the mouth. And when it comes to cleaning your teeth, Colgate all-purpose tooth powder gives dazzling results. Yes, Colgate tooth powder reveals the natural brilliance of your teeth. So for teeth that sparkle naturally and a breath that's sweet, try Colgate tooth powder.
Use Colgate tooth powder.
Now here's a tune you should remember. Victor Miller and his orchestra play Cecilia. Colby as a buyer for his supermarket, so Mel, in an effort to help him repaint the place so that it would look nice, sent Zookie over. But Zookie did such a bad job that Mr. Colby threatened to break every bone in Mel's body. Is our hero Mel afraid? Is he hiding out somewhere? No. Right now he's in his fix-it shop making plans about the Colby matter. Shh. He's on the phone.
Hello? American Airlines? When does the next plane leave for Brazil? It's all filled, huh? Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Well, do you have to take so many coffee pots? Well, what's available? Only Siam, but the trip must be necessary? Oh, just a minute. Someone else wants to talk to you.
Oh, hello, American Airlines. The King of Siam is expecting me. I must go at once to see the King of Siam. Who this? This is Anna.
They hung up. Gosh, what am I going to do? Oh, here comes my lodge president, Mr. Cushing. Maybe he can help me out.
Hello, Mel. Ugga-boo-boo-ugga.
Greetings, mighty potentate. Ugga-ugga-boo, ugga-boo-boo, ugga.
What's the matter, Mel? You look worried about something.
Oh, Mr. Colby is mad at me because he says Zookie made his supermarket look like a horrible eyesight and a disgraceful mess.
Well, what's he complaining about? I've been married to one for years.
Oh, there you go about your wife again.
Mel, she's still arguing. She's always complaining. The other day we had an argument, and she said, John, you're slowly digging my grave.
What'd you say?
Nothing. I went out and bought a steam shovel. You know, Mel, when I married my wife, her eyes were like two limpid pools.
And now?
Well, they're still like two pools, but her nose is like the diving board. You know, Mel, her nose is so long that for years no one ever noticed that she had two front teeth missing. But this morning she forgot to put on her makeup. Mel, she's got so many lines in her face it looks like the score pad in a gin rummy game.
Oh, your wife isn't that bad.
No, Mel, there are many different kinds of perfume. For instance, there's Chanel number 5, Irresistible number 7, Temptation number 9. Well, I'm putting one out for my wife.
What's the name?
Sorry, wrong number. What a woman. Last Sunday we went out to the beach and she got coy with me. She said, "Oh, John, let's play games. John, bury me in the sand. Come on, John, bury me." Gad, what a temptation.
Well, right now, mighty potentate, your worries are small compared to mine. If only there was some way I could improve the looks of Colby's supermarket.
Well, very often, Mel, a person thinks something looks beautiful because he's been talked into it. My wife's father developed lockjaw, convincing me.
But how can I talk Mr. Colby into it? He'll break my arm if I even come near the place. The man who wants to buy the supermarket is coming tonight.
Well, wait a minute, Mel. Why talk to Colby as yourself? Put on a smock and a false mustache and go as a French interior decorator.
Yeah. I can take off the hat I'm wearing and put on a beret. Say, that's a great idea. Thanks, mighty potentate.
Well, I'm glad to be of assistance. Well, Mel, I gotta be going now.
Where you going, mighty potentate?
Well, Mel, I can do one of two things. I can go to the movies and see The Farmer's Daughter, or I can go home and look at the cow I married.
Gosh, that was a wonderful idea the mighty potentate gave me. Now to get the costume and pretend to be a French interior decorator.
I don't know, Mr. Colby. So far, you've shown nothing to make me want to buy this supermarket. Even if I were interested, the ridiculous color scheme would frighten me off. How did you paint these walls? By throwing eggs into an electric fan?
But, Mr. Ross, this place is a gold mine. Now, I have some business secrets.
Secrets?
Yes, but wait a minute. Who is this odd-looking chap in the beret entering?
Pardonnez-me. I happened to be strolling by, and I could not help but admire this beautiful place. May I come in?
Oh, yes, of course. I noticed by your accent you're French. Well, as you say in France, bonjour, mon ami.
As we answer in France, crêpes Suzette à la carte.
Pardon me, did I hear you say this supermarket was beautiful?
Oui, but oui. And who ought to know more than I? For I am the famous French interior decorator, Pierre Eclair.
Pierre Eclair. That's an odd name. An eclair is something that has soft custard filling. It is mushy inside.
Well, we all can't have big morsels. How I hated to leave France and my family. You know, my sister, he is in France. My brother, she is in France.
What about your parents?
My parents, it has taken a trip to England. Most of all, I miss my girlfriend, Yvonne. They is beautiful. I can just see her now. She lived on the bank of the river.
Sane?
No, but I had a lot of fun with her anyway. I came here to decorate some big homes in Hollywood. I just finished the furniture for Rita Hayworth.
Does she have nice upholstery?
Are you kidding? This place is the most beautiful I have ever seen. And I know, for I have painted most everything. The Eiffel Tower, the Place de Opera, the Rue de la Paix.
Rue de la Paix, that's a street. Do you paint streets?
Only the white line. But in France, we have a marvelous system for painting white lines.
What is it?
We let a good humor man ride down the middle of the street with his vanilla dragging. And to make a green line, we do the same thing, only we use pistachio. 1 week on the Rue de la Paix, we had thousands of flat tires.
How did that happen?
Too much nuts in the burnt almond.
You sound convincing, Mr. Eclair, but I think this supermarket was painted by a moron.
Oh, no, Mr. Colby had nothing to do with it.
What? Why, it's you, Mel Blanc.
Please, Mr. Colby.
Mel Blanc, I'm going to break every...
Gosh, Betty, I never do anything right. Your father will never let us get married.
Well, Mel, let's elope.
Elope? Gosh, Betty, you and I married.
Yes. I can just picture our first child. He'll take after both of us.
Yeah. The looks will be Colby and the brains will be blank. I mean, the brains will be Colby and the looks will be blank. Either way, that kid is behind the 8 ball. This is Mel Blanc saying thanks for listening. Good night, and that's all, folks.
This is Buddington, providing you the Colgate tooth powder for a breath that's sweet and keeps it sparkle, brings you the Mel Blanc Show every Tuesday night at this time. Be sure to join us again next Tuesday night for more fun with Mel and the people you'll meet in Mel Blanc's Fix-It Shop.
In Town Hall tonight, folks, 60 minutes of fun and music brought to you by Ipana Toothpaste and Salopatica. Ipana for the smile of beauty, Salopatica for the smile of health. Fun with our star comedian Fred Allen and his mighty Allen Art Players. Music with Peter Van Steeden, the Ipana Troubadours, and the Town Hall Quartet. And another group of anxious and eager amateurs. New voices, new music, new fun. It's Town Hall tonight. Crowd. They're jumping up and down and cheering as Fred Allen leads his weekly parade at the old town hall. Fred's driving in the wind as the band lowers the boom boom. And the mighty Allen Art Players are dancing a community horn fight as the people cheer. Let's join the merry throng. Everybody join. come. Parson.
Well, come on, Parson. Quit stalling. We're here to get married.
Relax, young man. Your nuptials will have to wait for an hour. It's town hall tonight. Politician.
You say you favor cutting down all radio allotments, Senator?
Except the 60 minutes allotted to one radio program. It's town hall tonight.
Lost Explorers.
What were your first words when you got back to civilization, Mr. Ellsworth?
I said it's Wednesday, boys. Bring me a radio. It's town hall tonight. Well, here we are at the old town hall, folks, and there's Fred telling the crowd about the wonders on the inside. Listen.
You don't need your top hat, folks. You don't need your white tie. And even the dogs don't have to worry about their tails at the town hall. Everybody's welcome, so step right along.
Evening there, old fuss budget.
Good evening, Mrs. Berry. How's the village dressmaker tonight?
Well, I'm still looking on the steamy side of life, Mr. Allen.
Go right in, Mrs. Berry, you old so-and-so. The fun is fast, the music's right. It'll take you 60 minutes, folks. It's town hall tonight.
Hey there, Ellen.
Hi, Luther. Say, it's a little late in the season for that Palm Beach suit, isn't it?
They say you've got the hottest show in town, Ellen, and I'm dressed for the occasion.
Go right in, folks. Single line, please. Hurry, hurry, hurry.
We're all set here, Fred. How about you?
Okay, Harry. Tell Peter we'll open with I Feel a Song Coming On.
Righto, Fred. Let her go, Peter.
I feel a song coming on, and I'm warning you, it's a victorious, happy and glorious new spring. I feel a song coming on, it's a melody full of the laughter of children out after the rain. You hear a tuneful story ringing through you, love and glory, hallelujah, and now that my troubles are gone, that those heavenly drums go on, because I feel a song coming on.
Presenting that tempestuous titan of tintinabular titillation and tit-for-tat terminology, Fred Allen in person.
Thank you. Thank you, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Now, before we ask you to put your hands on the Ouija board and help us to get Joe Miller so that we'll be sure of some mid-Victorian jokes for this evening, I'll read you the Town Hall Bulletin for tonight. Hodge White, Public Grocer number 1, says that for the next few days, customers coming into the store will have to wait on themselves. Hodge sent his pants out to the tailor Monday, and the tailor shop caught fire. And Hodge won't be able to come out from behind the counter now until the insurance company covers his loss. Hodge says he may be on the half shell, but business will go on as usual. So much for sartorial dilemmas in the vicinity, and now for the town hall news. And now, Harry?
See, I'm way ahead of you, Fred. Here's your
Really?
picture sheet.
Thank you. You remember what happened a week ago tonight in New York City, NY, Harry?
Oh, yes. The lights went out, didn't they? I can take a hint. Here they go.
The projector starts, and we bring you the latest news of the week. The Town Hall News sees nothing, shows all. Williamstown, Massachusetts. Williams College installs neuropsychiatrists to solve undergraduate problems and enable students to attain full benefits of college life. Town Hall News shows how new service will probably work out. The scene, the psychiatrist's office at Williams College.
There's a student waiting, Doctor. Here's his chart.
Mm-hmm. Buster Trundle, sophomore, scholarship poor.
He may be dumb in the classroom, but in a rumble seat, oh, Doctor.
You seem to know quite a lot about the patient, nurse.
I ought to. He's taken me out a couple of times when I had the money. He's always borrowing.
It's probably a case of claustrophobia.
You said it, Doctor. He's close, all right.
This is no time for levity, nurse. I'm here to see that the Williams undergraduate attains full value from his college life. Show the patient in.
Yes, Doctor. Right this way, Mr. Trundle.
Thanks, nurse.
And now, young man...
Doc, I had to come
I
here.
know, Buster. You're not getting everything from your college life.
Well, no.
Your ego is no doubt undergoing a delicate period, with the inferiority complex struggling for recognition.
Well...
Exactly. Freud says neurosis are red, violence is blue. Do you ever see red and then blue?
Well,
I knew it. Psychology teaches us that students are porous mentally.
Now, look here,
You're
Doc.
perfectly right, Trundle. Wearing an imitation raccoon coat can give you the mentality of a ferret. The scientific term is ferretinitis.
But listen, Doc.
Take off that rigor mortis, man. Speak up. You're holding something back.
Well, yes, Doc, I am.
You're not attaining the full value of your college life. You're stifling your subconscious. You need something.
Well, I hate to ask you, Doc.
As your college psychiatrist, I demand that you ask me.
Well,
speak freely, Trundle. What is it you need?
I need $2 to get my tuxedo on a hock, Doc. How about it?
Burlington, Ontario. Chief Constable L.B. Smith offers to protect single men from annoyance during leap year and threatens to arrest brazen women who bother bachelors with marriage proposals during 1936. Town Hall News shows how men will probably be protected during leap year at Burlington, Ontario. The scene, a side street. Time, 8 p.m.
Well, hello there, Bismuth. I ain't seen you since New Year's.
No, I've been hiding indoors since January 1st, Rankin.
Oh, what's the big idea?
Oh, it's leap year, Rankin.
That's right. You single guys have got to keep out of sight.
Oh, you bet. A bachelor in the next house was hit over the head the other night, and he woke up in Niagara Falls.
Yeah, it's pretty dangerous, all right.
Yeah, I just come out at night to get a little air. If I hear a woman coming, I jump right back into the house.
Well, I got to be getting along. So long, Bismuth.
So long, Rankin. Oh, you passed the bell. Who's that? Who's there?
No, don't get frightened, mister.
You don't know me, hussy.
No, but I've been watching you sneak out every night. I've been waiting to catch you alone.
Now, see here. Now, take your arms away. If you're here with intent to flirt...
But it says leap year, Daddy, and you're hooked.
Oh, yes? Well, 23 for you. If you're playing fast and loose... Stop kissing me.
I mean business, honey. This is a proposal.
A proposal? Help! Police! A proposal! Help!
Hey, what's going on here?
This woman's annoying me.
Oh, yeah? What's your racket, sister?
It's leap year, ain't it?
She's been molesting me for half an hour, officer.
I'm crazy about him, copper.
Never mind him. You're coming with me. Here's the wagon.
Are you engaged, officer?
No.
Well, get in the wagon and you will be.
Help, please!
Tacoma, Washington. 3 Tacoma medical organizations put medicine on big business basis. Patients contract for medical attention in advance, guaranteeing monthly payments for operations or other medical service they may require. Town Hall News gets opinions on new system. Simeon Spavin, prominent veterinarian, says,
Us horse doctors can't sign up our patients. We got to trust to luck. I've been horsed out of plenty. The only time I ever got my money, I treated a racehorse for tonsillitis. That horse paid 20 to 1.
Town Hall News shows how contracts for medical attention may work out for average family. The scene, home of Walpole Brink, a white-collar worker.
Hello, dear.
You're late, Walpole.
Yes, dear. The 512 was snowbound.
Well, supper will be ready in just a minute.
I'm starved. Hey, what's new? Any visitors today?
The finance man was here about the car. I stalled him.
Well, that car's been stalling us ever since we got it. Now we're even.
The collectors for the washing machine, the refrigerator called, too.
Those guys with their easy payments. I'll show them how easy they are.
And the doctor's been here twice. Your appendix payment is overdue.
That croaker insisted on taking out my appendix. Now he can hold the bag.
Oh, that's probably the doctor now.
Let him in. I'm ready for him.
Good evening, Mrs. Brink.
Oh, come in, Doc.
Step in, Max.
Okay, Doc.
This is my lawyer, Mr. Corpus.
How are you, Mr. Corpus?
I object. Something tells me this ain't no social call, Doc. What's on your mind?
You're way behind with your appendix payments, Mr. Brink.
So what?
Business is business, Mr. Brink. You signed the contract.
It's right here, November 13th. Whereas my appendix is about to be removed, I promise to pay $10 down and $5 weekly until the operation is mine. Signed and sealed, Walpole Brink. So what? When do you intend to pay it, Mr. Brink?
Well, not right away. The car and the washing machine came before Walpole's appendix.
Yeah. The scar's on me, but the operation's on you. Get it?
In other words, you're repudiating your medical contract.
Yeah. Now, what are you going to do about it?
There's only one thing my client can do about it.
Obviously. Hand me my ether can, Corpus.
What's the ether for?
Yeah, what are you going to do, Doc?
I'm going to exercise my rights under Clause 7 of your contract.
What's Clause 7?
To wit, if you fail to meet your payments, the doctor can reopen his claim.
You mean... Exactly. I'm putting back your appendix.
So much for the town hall news, ladies and gentlemen. And in just a minute, we'll have something for you in the way of local trivia.
Did you say in just a minute, Fred?
Well, about a minute, Harry. I wouldn't sell my soul for a few seconds.
Well, now, that's just my point, Fred. I'd like to bet that there isn't one person in 100 listening in right now who can tell how long a minute really is.
Well, I'd even forget my Puritan upbringing long enough to bet on that, Harry.
All right. Now, wait a minute. Don't any of you look at your watches now. Peter, you give me a starting signal, and when any of you think I've talked a minute, you stop me. Okay, Peter. Now, a minute's a pretty short time, but in even less than a minute, you can start getting after one of the most annoying things that can happen to you, a cold. And you can do it by taking sal hepatica, 2 teaspoonfuls in a glass of water. Because when you have a cold, there are 2 things you want to get after right away. First, the wastes in your body, and second, the acid in your system that encourages your cold. And sal hepatica is the mineral salt laxative that gets after both. It not only rids your body of waste, but it also combats acidity. And that's something no ordinary laxative does. So just remember, at the first sign of a cold, 2 teaspoonfuls of sal hepatica.
I think the minute's up, Harry.
No, Fred, it was less than 40 seconds. See,
Really?
I told you. Ladies and gentlemen, it took less than 40 seconds to remind you of something many people have been remembering for 40 years. Sal hepatica, for the smile of health.
And the Ipana Troubadours have just played I've Got My Fingers Crossed. Now, ladies and gentlemen, on Sunday morning, Deacon Ball will preach here at the hall. The deacon's sermon will be Skiing on the Sabbath, or Are Our American Girls Backsliding on Their Weekend? Quiet, please. If that's some carnival man trying to open a peep show, there won't be a peep out of you if I come down there.
Hello?
Well, sir, as I live and wonder whether this jumping in my vest is hope springing eternal or just another heart attack, if it isn't Portland.
Yes, Papa sent me out to buy a mousetrap, and that got me thinking about cheese.
I know, and thinking about cheese reminded you of me. What does Papa want with a mousetrap?
Well, last night he heard mice pacing up and down in the pantry.
Mice pacing up and down? Mice don't go stomping around people's pantries. A mouse generally sneaks in, eats his fill, and then quietly falls asleep.
Yes, but our mice are eating Mama's coffee, and it keeps them awake.
Really? Keeps them awake nights, huh? Just don't leave a mouse hanging suspended there in time, you know. It says it keeps them awake nights, right?
Right.
If I ever build a... Say, that mouse might go on for generations, the unknown mouse hanging in midair because you didn't tell how long he'd been asleep. If I ever build a house, I'm going to put in rubber walls.
To keep out mice?
You bet. The mouse gnaws through a rubber wall, and as soon as he comes out on the other side, the hole snaps together behind him.
And then what?
When the mouse turns around and sees the hole is gone, he thinks he's hatched. It unbalances him mentally. You don't need a trap.
I couldn't get a trap. The man's running us his cat till he gets some in.
A cat, eh? Well, after looking at your father all these years, another puss around the house ought to be a relief.
Oh, I get it. Well, this cat will get results. He's pretty tough.
How tough is he?
He went down to the Roxy Theater yesterday, and Mickey Mouse is in lights. This cat spit out the word mouse bulb by bulb.
Say, pretty tough. We had a cat tougher than that, though.
How tough was your cat?
He thought Joe Brown's mouth was a rat hole. He sat down beside it 2 nights while Joe was asleep and dared Joe's tonsils to come out.
Gosh, I ought to tell Papa about your cat.
Yes, and you'd better run along home now before you forget the details.
Oh, no, I've got important business here
Oh,
first.
not here.
Miss Joe!
You've got the wrong... No.
Yes, Papi, I'm ready. Come on up, Papa.
Yes, Miss Phil. I can't stay long, though. What's that hanging out of your collar, mister?
What are you laughing at, Yoko?
Oh, that's your face. I didn't know what it was till your mouth opened.
Herman's a mailman, Mr. Allen.
A mailman? I've never seen a mailman with 5 bags before.
Herman only has 1 bag, Mr. Allen.
What, 1 bag? He's got 2 in the knees of his pants, 1 under each eye, and a bag on his back. 5 bags.
Herman is with me, young man. And Miss Shrill is a Stratton soloist, Mr. Allen.
And you can say that again, Forty.
All right. Miss Shrill is a Stratton soloist, Mr. Allen.
Now, wait a minute. You can unsay it again as far as I'm concerned. What's a Scranton soloist?
Young man, I'm studying voice through the mail.
Well, if you're giving a recital at the post office, thanks for the warning.
Now, mind your fancy talk, stupid. I'm apt to cool off and gel all over you.
Old man quiver, hey?
Oh, stop, Mr. Allen. Miss Shrill wants to sing for you. Indeed, I'm simply dying to dash off a chanson. I distinctly hear opportunity knocking.
After you sing, you'll hear knocking that'll make you think the 4 Marx brothers are at the door with their arms full of woodpeckers.
Oh, I wouldn't say that.
You don't have to say it. I've already said it.
She'll fool you. I was pretty disgusted when I delivered her first lesson.
Oh, remember, Herman. I need her on the house for 2 whole months. When did you really get going, Miss Shrill?
Well, in the spring of 33, I brought her first scale. It was a special delivery.
Oh, fun symphonic memories. Do, re, mi, fa, sol, sol. What comes after solo, Herman?
Plexus.
No, it's T-do.
Oh, yes. Oh, fickle memory. Tea. You know my tea was always weak. Weak tea always tastes like rainwater to me.
You keep out of this, Portman. Keep out of this argument.
Now, let me see. When did I stop my pear-shaped tones, Herman?
In January 34, 'twas. The flap was open on your lesson. I remember. I peeked.
What are pear-shaped tones, Miss Shrill? Why, these, dear girl. Ooh.
If those are pear-shaped, the stem of that pear is caught in your larynx.
Miss Shrill spent months at her andantes and her obligatos.
Yes, and I was delivering shirt sews to the house so long I was beginning to feel like the laundry man.
Oh, yes. A correspondent school singer would be lost without her mailman. Herman always accompanies me at my recital.
Yep, and I got my flute right here.
Gosh, that's good, Herman.
Yeah, I know it. You'd never guess it, though. But I learned the flute through the mail, too.
You should play it through the mail, 2nd class.
Can you sing that opera, Wagner Wheels, Miss Shrill? No opera party. I have a symphonic yen.
I'm ready, Miss Shrill. Name your weapon.
I shall do Ho the Gentle Lark. Oh, that's swell. I know that. Ho, ho, and it comes out lark.
Stop it, Portland. That may be lark to you, but it's off-key sparrow to me.
Very well, I'm ready, Herman. The Gentle Lark. And pizzicato, if you please. Lo, hear the gentle lark. Lo,
a minute. Just a minute. Now, I'm no bird lover, but you can't do that to a lark in here.
Why, I haven't even started. The lark was barely off the ground. I generally sing it in full flight.
Well, let's skip the singing and get right down to your full flight.
Oh, this is insubordination. Scranton will hear about this, Mr.
You
Allen.
bet Scranton will. And Miss Shrill's next recital will be given at the dead letter office. And this slow leak with his pizzicato here.
Open your mouth again, Cat, and you'll take this flute internally.
Oh, boy, the postal authorities will look into this, Mr. Allen.
Just tell them Miss Shrill's mouth was opened here by mistake.
In other words, you want me to pick up my lark and go.
Yes, always remember a bird in the hand is worth two in the offing. Goodbye, folks. So long, Portland.
Tally ho!
And now the Town Hall Quartet, ladies and gentlemen. Tonight the boys throw ashes on the stage to sing Slip-Horn Sam.
You've heard of Rudolph and his violin, Ted Lewis and his clarinet, of course you've heard of him. Perhaps you like piano when Ellington plays that thing. Or maybe it's the organ of which Jess Crawford's king. You can have old Pete and his piccolo, or others you can get. 'Cause when it comes to music, you ain't heard nothing yet. Like the birds that sing in the month of May, that's the way it sounds when he hits his A. That's Slip-Horn Sam and his old trombone. With a little slide of his stand-up horn, he'll make you see a bright spring morn. That's Slip-Horn Sam and his old trombone. Just a change of tone and a different strain, with a touch of a minor key. You feel all alone out in the rain, no one for company. When he gets hot and goes to town, he does his stuff and it brings him down. That's Slip-Horn Sam and his old trombone. Now here's how Sam learned to play trombone. He did easy lessons right at home. He practiced hard for a year, you see, and finally finished lesson number 3. And this is the way he played. After 6 months' time, he learned new tricks and finally mastered lesson number 6, and this is the way he played. He practiced hard, and in 2 years' time, he at last arrived at lesson number 9, and this is the way he played. After lesson number 10, the boy left home, got a job with a band and ideas all his own, and this is the way he played. It flows through here, and music goes round and round. Just a change of tone and a different strain, with a touch of a minor key. You feel all alone out in the rain, no one for company. And when he gets hot and goes to town, he does his stuff and it brings him down. At Slip-Horn Sam, Slip-Horn Sam and his old trombone.
The Town Hall Quartet, who have just sung, or which has just sang, or say, Harry, my erudite friend, which is correct?
Well, now, Fred, what you obviously need is an intelligence test.
An intelligence test? Why doesn't somebody tell me these things?
No, now, wait a minute. Just concentrate, Fred. I'll ask you 3 questions, you see, and if you get just one of them right, you get 100%.
Sounds like a shell game to me, but proceed, Professor.
All right. Now, what, for instance, is the population of Bindin?
What, for instance, is Bindin?
Why, Fred, Bindin is a city in French Indochina with a population of 74,000.
You know, I thought it was Gunga Din's brother all the time. What's the next one?
Who did Louis XIV marry, and how many children did he have?
Who did he marry, and who do you think I am, a peeping Tom?
All right, Fred, we'll skip that one. Now, here's your last chance.
And if it's another Bindin...
No, it isn't. Now, think, Fred. What toothpaste comes in a red and yellow striped tube and makes your gums firmer and your teeth lovelier?
That's more like it. All I have to say is I panner, and I get 100%. Is that right?
Right, Fred. All anyone has to say is I panner for 100% more attractive smile. For if you'll just massage a little pleasant-tasting eye panna into your gums every time you brush your teeth with it, you'll have firmer, healthier gums and brighter, more sparkling teeth. So remember eye panna for the smile of beauty.
come to the Mighty Allen Art Players, ladies and gentlemen, the first actors to discover that no matter which one of Shakespeare's plays they presented, it turned out to be Much Ado About Nothing. Tonight, these bold weevils in the field of drama present a modern mystery playlet entitled Mumbo, or Who Stole the Elephant, from Billy Nose's finale. Overture, Peter.
All police cars stand by. Calling Detective One Long Pan. Robbery at Hippodrome Theater. 2 elephants stolen. Mumbo matinee may be postponed. Calling Detective One Long Pan. Proceed to Hippodrome Theater.
I don't know.
Which one of you is Billy Nose?
I'm Nose, officer.
I'm Detective Muldoon. What's going on here?
My 2 elephants, Mumbo and Gumbo, have been stolen. Didn't you get my report at headquarters?
We got a report, but the chief couldn't spell elephants. He wrote down 2 lost elks. I just raided the Elks Club.
Oh, this is terrible. My show is ruined.
Now, cool off, Nose. This mystery's as good as solved. I'm only prologue. I've called in One Long Pan. Speak of the devil, here he is now.
Hi-ho, everybody. Greetings, salutations. Long Pan here to solve mystery. Who is missing?
This is Mr. Nose.
Oh, Mr. Nose missing? Here he is. Mystery solved.
I'm not missing. It's my 2 elephants, Mumbo and Gumbo. They were stolen from the theater during the night.
That's right, Long Pan. They disappeared into thin air.
No, elephant may disappear, but air never seen. Who saw elephant last?
I saw him in finale.
Who are you, Flapper?
I'm Gloria Fluff, the leading lady.
Leading lady. You lead elephant home after show?
Indeed not. I went home alone.
Why, yes. I know Miss Fluff. She wouldn't go out with an elephant.
It's up, say. Chorus girl burlesque show, many times seen with trunk. Oh, very good. Exceptional. Good.
Now keep your mind on the case, Long Pan.
Yes, I've got 100 bad jokes in the show, but only 2 elephants.
Maybe elephant walk out on bad joke, Mr. Nose.
No, the elephants couldn't walk out. The stage doorman was here all night.
Yeah? Where is this doorman? We'll grill him.
In the green room, right through here.
Yeah, very good.
Oh, look at him. He's dead to the world.
It smells as though he's been drinking shellac.
Aesop say, man who drinks shellac have beautiful finish.
Come on, snap out of it, buddy. Come on, wake up.
Oh, yeah, what's the matter? Oh, hello, Mr. Nose.
Wake up, Joe. Mumbo and Gumbo have been stolen.
You say elephant nap elephants last night?
No, I didn't see nothing.
You come clean, Joe. Last night you drink too much. Pass out. See elephant and sleep.
That's right. I saw 4 elephants. 2 of them was Lavender.
You say you open stage door. Tell Lavender elephant to slam, no?
That's right, I did.
I tell you.
And Mumbo and Gumbo must have scrammed too, Mr. Nose.
But they couldn't get out of the theater, Muldoon. They were tied.
Mr. Nose, like somebody filched elephant. Pay a larceny. Long Pan got hunch. Use telephone.
Oh, well, here's a phone right here, Long Pan, an outside line.
Thank you. Hello? You give me blind 9, total 66.
Hello?
Hello? This Republican Club?
Yes, who is this, Herb?
No. Herb out of town. Detective One Long Pan speaking. You got elephant there?
No, we Republicans lost our elephant last election. They got our goat, too.
Any luck, Long Pan?
No. Discover new mystery. Goat missing, too.
Now one mystery at a time, Long Pan.
Yes, let's find my elephants first.
A happy suggestion. Long Pan, look at elephant bed. Maybe find clue.
Well, it's right out here, Long Pan.
Let's go.
Very good.
Now, here's the corner. They were tied to these stakes.
Sure. Elephant gone, but melody linger on. Aesop say, Gesundheit, Muldoon.
It's that hay, Long Pan. I always sneeze around hay. I got hay fever.
Hay fever very bad. Make nose run like a day clock.
I got it awful. I can smell hay a mile away.
Mile away? Excellent, Muldoon. Your sneeze will solve mystery.
This mystery's not to be sneezed at, Long Pan. What's Muldoon's hay fever got to do with my missing elephant?
Elephant eat hay. With hay fever, Muldoon will smell hay on elephant breath. You see?
Come on, now, get me away from this hay.
Yes, Long Pan. What's our next move?
We all go out and sleep in total. Stop at every door. Muldoon sneeze, we suspect hay in house. Definitely knock on door. Let's go.
Now, this won't work.
You keep muffler on, Mr. Lowe's. We catch guilty party. You try this house, Muldoon. Take a big inhale. You catch crow?
No, there's no hay here.
How about this house?
You inhale. Encore, Muldoon.
No. Hey, wait a minute. Me nose tickles.
You check Muldoon. Both nostrils. You see, very good. Hey, positively. I ring bell.
If my elephants are only here, I can still give the matinee.
Well, what is it?
You steal 2 elephants, madam?
Go away, you Chinese stew. I'll call a cop.
Chinese stew. I am officer, madam. Who live here?
Mr. Bruce.
What's his first name, lady?
Hayward. Good day.
Oh, you bad boy, Muldoon. You'll give one long pan bum steer.
Well, I'm sorry, Dogpan. That Hay and Hayward fooled me.
Yeah, if we pass the courthouse, he'll sneeze at the habeas corpus.
You keep obesity belt on, Mr. Nose. Okay, Muldoon. Next house. You inhale here.
Okay.
This is probably Lenny Hayton's place.
Quiet, Nose. Long pan, ling bell.
It's pretty strong here, Long Pan.
Somebody's coming.
Well, what is it?
I am one detective, one long pan, madam.
I don't need no long pan. My icebox drains itself.
Very funny, madam. But beside point, have you seen 2 elephants, madam?
Why, no.
You stand back, lady. We search house and them alone.
Well, of all the nerve.
Yeah, this is the parlor. They're not in here.
Very good. You inhale, Muldoon.
My nose tells me it's in that room, Long Pan.
One strike, madam. Long pan, investigate that room.
Oh, you can't go in there. No.
She's fainted.
Women always faint at crucible moment. Stand back. Long pan, open door.
Mumbo!
Gumbo! Say, what do you know? Both elephants is here. Great work, Long Pan.
Long pan, many times insolvent, but never fail.
I'll get Mumbo and Gumbo back to the theater. Come on, Mumbo.
We'll be back later, Nose. As soon as we pinch this dame.
Oh, where am I?
You see, lady, come too. Elephant passing, even revive dead man.
You're under arrest, lady.
You steal elephant, lady. We catch you with plunk down.
Yes, I took them. The Hippodrome stage door was open this morning. I had to have those 2 elephants.
You had to have 2 elephants, lady? For what?
My husband brought home a book. It was so big I was afraid it would fall over and kill us both.
Mystery solved. You need 2 elephants for bookends.
What book would need elephants for bookends?
Very simple. Anthony Adverse. Now that the mighty Allen Art players are bedded down for the evening, we have a mighty afterpiece for you, ladies and gentlemen, with a cast of 60,000 and 2 players. The scene, a sports arena. The 60,000. And now the other 2 players.
Boy, did you ever see such a quick knockout?
Huh? What?
Oh, didn't you see that right to the kid's jaw?
No, I wasn't looking.
Well, for Pete's sake, where were you looking at, huh?
That girl over there. Oh, boy, what a smile.
Well, now, maybe the smile was a knockout, too. Most smiles are, if the teeth they frame are brilliant and sparkling. Just brushing them with toothpaste, though, isn't enough. For in the words of a prominent dentist,
our teeth are seldom white and brilliant if our gums are soft and tender. And we're often so lazy in the matter of chewing. And we eat so many soft, creamy foods that our gums lose their tone and condition.
that is when Pink Toothbrush warns us our gums are tender and need exercise. And there's an easy and pleasant way to give it to them, with iPana toothpaste and massage. If you just massage a little iPana into your gums every time you brush your teeth with it, you'll tone and stimulate them, make them strong and healthy. And at the same time, you'll have cleaner, whiter, brighter teeth. Just ask anyone who uses it if it isn't well worth remembering iPana for the smile of beauty. Ladies and gentlemen, Town Hall continues immediately after your station announcement.
Got a brand new suit, got a brand new tie, got a brand new twinkle in my eye. Do you know the reason
Town Hall friends, and you've just heard Peter Van Steeden and the Ipana Troubadours play Got a Brand New Suit with a vocal chorus for the Town Hall Quartet. Now here's Fred with a new group of anxious and eager amateurs. Let's give them a real Town Hall reception.
Thank you. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, Uncle here, Jim, is here tonight again with his wards, and our amateurs are going to compete this evening for a first prize of $50 and a week's engagement at the Roxy Theater in New York City, and a second prize of $25 in cash. Now, you folks here in the town hall will select the winners. Your applause after each act will be registered on the Johns Manville applause machine here on the stage, and the three acts receiving the highest applause ratings will be called back later for your final vote. Now, first tonight, I am happy to have you meet four boys from Waterbury, Connecticut. The ABC Quartet, Wilfred Greenblatt, Daniel Barrett, Henry Gauthier, and Dick Brown. Is that right, boys?
That's right.
Waterbury, Connecticut, eh? Before we get started, what is ABC, the ABC Quartet? What does ABC stand for?
It stands for All Brass City.
Oh, All Brass City. I thought it might have been another government project out that I didn't understand about. Well, there was another famous quartet a few years back. Did you know the Elm City Four?
I know Jim Carty and
Harry
Morrissey.
Harry Morrissey. They both come from up in Connecticut, don't they?
That's right.
That was a fine quartet and played many seasons in White Scandals.
That's right.
What is Jim doing now?
Jim's running an inn up in Newington.
An inn? Is that a high-class... just what is he running up there?
Well,
define that inn.
It isn't... It's a roadhouse, more or less. Dining and dancing and...
Oh, I heard it was a diner. I thought you were just putting on a nail there. I thought you were making the place a little bigger in conversation for Jim up there.
Well, they've made it bigger since you've been up there.
Well, that's fine. It started with... I was glad to hear that he was on the wagon originally. Now, he's branched out into a roadhouse. That's swell. Well, Waterbury is a very fine city, the home of Yale University. Oh, no, it isn't, is it?
That's New Haven.
That's right. New Haven is the home of Yale University. Well, I have one of those 10-cent maps, and on my map, Yale goes over into Waterbury. It's very embarrassing. Well, boys, what are you going to sing?
Tiger Rag.
The Tiger Rag, the ABC Quartet. Thank you.
Where's the tiger? Where's the tiger? Where's the tiger? Oh, the tiger! Oh, the tiger! Oh, the tiger! Oh, the tiger!
Who's afraid of the big bad tiger?
Where's the tiger? Where's the tiger? Well, won't you tell me where can he? Low on highbrow, say oh fly now. Please play the tiger rag for me. That rag for me. Lay right on that jungle serenade. Boom, 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 boom. There's no braver melody played.
Don't ever do that.
Shoot those low notes, has the low notes. Here the tiger has the slate.
Oh, you nasty tiger.
Whip it hard till it blows, whip it hard till it blows. There is the start to flip its phone. Need a man, get on your feet. Need a man to start to beat that old tiger if you want to blow. Where's the tiger? Where's the tiger? Well, won't you tell me where can he be? Low on highbrow, say oh cry now. They play the tiger rag for me. That frowning tiger rag.
That was the ABC Quartet, ladies and gentlemen, from Waterbury, Connecticut. And now I would like to have you meet Miss Eleanor Bendo and Miss Dorothy Edmonds. Good evening, girls.
Good evening.
Which is which, may I ask? Who is Miss...
I'm guilty of being Dorothy Edmonds.
You're Dorothy Edmonds, and you are...
Eleanor Bendo.
Well, you see, now, there's only one of me, fortunately, so you girls won't be confused. Is this your home, Miss Bendo?
No, this isn't. My home is in Cleveland, Ohio.
Cleveland, is it really? And Miss Edmonds?
I'm from Edmonton, Alberta, Canada.
Oh, from Alberta. I worked there many years ago on the Pantages Time.
Pantages Theater?
I guess you were too young then, though, to be going. What are you girls... You don't mind if I ask you what you're doing in New York, do you?
No.
What are you doing?
Well, I am studying in the hopes of being a singer and working as a sales lady on the side.
You're studying music, boys?
Yes, we both are.
Well, that's swell. What is your ultimate ambition? To sing in radio or in the theater or where?
Both radio or opera, either one.
Oh, opera, too.
Hope so.
Oh, well, that's fine. I think that anyone with talent and ability and stick-to-itiveness is very important if you're going to attain your ambition. You have to stick to anything if you're going to be a success. Unless, of course, you're selling porous plasters, and then your success will depend upon someone else sticking to it. Well, what are you girls going to sing?
The Huguette Waltz.
The what?
The Huguette Waltz from the Vagabond King.
Oh, thank you very much. Miss Eleanor Bendo and Miss Dorothy Edmonds. And now Uncle Jim is crowding me here with the table. What is the table for, Uncle Jim? Oh, this is Tommy Dunn, am I right?
That's right, Fred.
Tommy Dunn from Broad Channel, New York, ladies and gentlemen. Where's Broad Channel? Uncle Jim, now don't confuse the thing. Tommy and I'll get along all right. Uncle Jim is fixing a table and a harmonica I see there. How old are you, Tommy?
18.
18, really?
Yes.
Where is Broad Channel?
It's out near the Rockaways.
Out near the Rockaways,
yes.
eh? You go to school?
Yes.
You go to school out there?
Yes.
You do, huh?
Yes.
You look with the sweater on with this large C. What does that C stand for?
That stands for the Broad Channel Cardinals, our club.
Oh, a football team, is it?
Everything.
Oh, it's everything.
Everything.
Well, you don't play all these things at the same time, do you?
Sometimes.
Uncle Jim told me that you're interested in boxing. Is that right?
Yes, that's right.
He told me also that you expect to go enter the Golden Glove contest this year.
Yes, that's right.
You do, really?
Yes.
What's your weight?
118.
118, huh? I used to think I was quite a boxer years ago. Got monotonous, though. I finally gave it up. Every time I boxed, I was in the rope so much, people thought it was a rodeo. They went home during the thing. I'd like to try out. Do you mind if I try out some of your defense there to see if you're ready for the Golden Glove?
Sure.
What's your defense for a left jab, say?
My left hand.
Your left hand comes up. And the left hook?
A right hand.
A right hand. And the uppercut?
All of these right.
All right. No, we'll end it. You see, in all of my fighting, I never had to bother. I just threw one punch and then landed. Yes, go ahead. Tommy has to take off his sweater. Now, as I understand it, he's going to play the harmonica standing on your head or your hands. Which is it? On your hands, sir. We have a table here and a little book. I might as well tell you the book is the Economy Cookbook. I mean, the mouth organ is set on the side of the book. I guess that's in case Tommy gets hungry while he's doing the trick. He opens that up and reads a recipe. He's going to play the harmonica standing on his hands. All right, Tommy. On his hands. Thank you very much, Tommy. And now, ladies and gentlemen, Charles Chancer from Brooklyn. Mr. Chancer, how are you?
How do you do, Mr.
Alan is my name. You are a pianist and a songwriter, is that right?
That's right.
Have you written many numbers?
I've written several numbers, yes.
Have you? Had any published yet?
I've had the good fortune to have one published, the song I'm going to play.
How long after you had written it was the song published?
Well, about a year and a half.
Year and a half, eh? Must have had a lot of merit to have the publishing postponed that long. Look at that song, The Music Goes Round and whatever it is, you know that?
And round.
The fellas who wrote that was published right away, I understand. The fellas who wrote it didn't even have time they ran out of words before they got to the middle of it. They had to put in some ho-ho-hos there or something. I guess they put the hose in so they'd have a sock number. That was probably it. What are you going to play for us, Mr. Chancellor?
The song is called After Dark.
After Dark, your own original composition, huh?
Okay.
Well, you go right ahead. I will do a Highland fling here at the microphone, pending television. I'll see how I'll probably win the contest with my fling. Thank you.
After dark, though we're far apart, after dark, you creep into my heart every night when no one's inside. Like a thief, you steal into my life with a dawn. I'm left with just a memory. Love is gone. Please come back to me. After dark, when the day is through, in my dream, I'll always wait for you.
Charles. That was Charles Cantor of Brooklyn playing his own composition After Dark. And now, ladies and gentlemen, a tiny little lady, Miss Eleanor Freeze. Is that right, Miss Freeze?
That's right.
Rather a frosty name, isn't it? Would you mind speaking up? Gosh, how tall are you?
I'm as tall as Mary Pickford, Mr. Allen.
As tall as...
4'9".
4'9", hey?
Yes.
Eleanor Freeze. It looks as though you had settled down during the course of freezing there. What are you going to, you have musical chimes. That's an odd-looking instrument, isn't it?
Yes.
It's sort of a xylophone with bells in place of the wooden top. Is it a well-known instrument? Is it something that you work out yourself?
No, it's something that my dad brought home from Europe.
Oh, from Europe, huh?
He's not living now. He brought them for my 4th birthday. And he died before I was 5, so he never heard me play them.
Well, that's too bad. You've kept them ever since, huh?
Yes, I have.
Have you practiced on them ever since you've been 4?
Well, since I was about 5 or 6.
Well, that's fine. I was a little worried when Uncle Jim told me that you played the chimes. I thought that we'd have to ask the studio audience to follow you up in some belfry to see how it was done. But fortunately, you have the portable chimes. So I'm going to ask you, what selection are you going to play?
I'm playing the glowworm.
The glowworm. Thank you very much. F-R-I-E-S-E. And now, ladies and gentlemen, from Miss Freeze, we go to Miss Lillian... Pardon me, what is...
Freiser.
From Miss Freeze to Miss Lillian Freiser. Out of the frying pan into the Freiser, huh? And you are from the Bronx, Miss Freiser?
Yes.
You are a singer, huh?
Yes.
How did you ever get down from the Bronx tonight? With dog sled or something?
No.
I heard the snow is pretty deep up there, is it?
Yes.
It is. Where do you live?
East Bronx, Prospect Avenue.
Oh, Prospect Avenue. You know, I heard the snow was so deep up there around 159th Street that some boys made a snowman on the sidewalk there, and one of the put a broom in the snowman's hand, and one of those WPA executives came along and handed the snowman a check yesterday afternoon. Thought he was working on a project out there, just a little confused. Well, what are you going to sing, Miss Freezer? Miss Freiser, I beg your pardon.
Eeny, meeny, miny, mo.
Eeny, meeny, miny, mo. Thank you.
Eeny, meeny, miny, mo. Catch trouble by the toe. If it hollers, let it go. Let it fly away. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo. Saying sweet and low, hear it anywhere you go, any time of day. Big band rings it, valley sings it, Wiseman swings it, even Mr. Crosby bings it. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo, catch trouble by the toe. If it hollers, let it go, let it fly away. Big band rings it, valley sings it, Wiseman swings it, even Mr. Crosby bings it. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo, catch trouble by the toe. If it hollers, let it go, let it fly away.
Thank you. That was Miss Lillian Freiser. Thank you very much. And that completes our amateur contest for tonight, ladies and gentlemen. And while I look at the applause machine, I'm going to ask Harry to take the microphone in hand and say a few words. Harry.
Ladies and gentlemen, for the many letters of appreciation you've written Fred in Portland, they are sincerely grateful. And for the many friendly letters you've written us about the two products that make these hours of smiles possible every Wednesday, we are deeply grateful. Thank you all for remembering Ipana for the smile of beauty and Sal Hepatica for the smile of health. Ipana, Sal Hepatica. All right, Peter, thanks very much. You ready, Fred?
Yes, Harry. Ladies and gentlemen, the applause meter divulges that your applause has been heaviest for the following acts: the ABC Quartet, Tommy Dunn, and Miss Eleanor Freeze. Now, I'm going to ask Harry to hold his fragile mitt, spelled M-I-T-T, over the heads of these boys and girls, and as I call the names, I'm going to ask you to kindly applaud once again for your winners. Are you ready, Harry?
All ready, Fred.
Now, first, the four boys who are kind enough to come down from Waterbury, Connecticut, the ABC Quartet. Next, the young man who played the harmonica, standing on his hands, the boy from Broad Channel, down near the Rockaways, Master Tommy Dunn. And then the young lady who played the glowworm on her musical chimes, Miss Eleanor Freeze. Thank you. Now, what does the machine say, Harry? Just a second. We had to come at such a distance, ladies and gentlemen. The winner came in a relay from the machine to Uncle Jim to Harry Von Zell, and here it is. The first prize, $50 in cash, and a week's engagement at the Roxy Theater in New York City goes to the young gentleman who exemplified the fine art of playing the mouth organ through standing on his hands, Tommy Dunn, with a decibel rating of 76. The second prize, $25 in cash, goes to the young lady with the musical chimes, Miss Eleanor Freeze. Thank you. I'm sorry that we all couldn't win, but thank you for coming, and better luck next time. Thank you. This is Fred Allen saying good night, ladies and gentlemen, and inviting you to another hour of smiles next Wednesday evening at the Old Town Hall. Portland, the Mighty Allen Art Players, Peter Van Steeden, the Ipana Troubadours, the Town Hall Quartet, and another group of high-test amateurs. We'll all be looking for you, so don't forget, this is Fred Allen saying good night.
Heard on this program, I've got my fingers crossed from King of Burlesque, and I've got a brand new suit from the Home Abroad. This is the National Broadcasting Company.